Welcome, welcome, my blessed love, my Lord and Empress, to another presentation of the EABIC Council of Elders. Today's priest reasoning, number 15, on defining a constitution. What is a constitution and the various kinds of constitutions, understanding the construct of the EABIC while promoting generational wealth. Today is Sunday, August 9th, 2026. My Lord and Empress, Honorable Priest.
Bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress. Good thanks. So we call for a virtual international reverence. Reverence, reverence, four wings. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. The Ethiopian Congress moving on from lowlands to highlands over rocks, hills, and valleys. Yes, we are climbing Jacob's ladder. We are climbing Jacob's ladder. Higher, higher, children of Rastafari. I and I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that runneth down the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Zion. For there our Father commanded his blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Thou who seated in Zion and reigneth in the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. My son, my daughter, get knowledge, get wisdom, but most of all, in all you're getting, get understanding. Understanding lead us to all fields of right, so we give thanks to receive greater understanding as we reason one to the other. Reasoning bring understanding to the Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Come, let us reason, said the Lord, King Emmanuel VII, Adonai God, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, blessed love, give thanks and glorify. Thanks for the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. Give thanks for our Church of Salvation. Give thanks for each and everyone who is here, and give thanks for this moment of, reasoning and fellowship one to the other. And at this time, we call upon our lead and Empress, our royal singer, Honorable Empress Maisie. Blessed love.
Honorable Chair, Priest Evans, I greet you today with love and blessing, and all
Heart
the
of love,
rest of
Mama.
the all the rest of the members of
Love,
the
love.
councils of elders. I say blessed love to you all, and do welcome today to our meeting as usual. So I bless you all with this lovely chorus, and it said, "Redemption coming."
Unmute your mic, Mama Miriam.
All right. What a wonderful freedom. Tony, I say glory to your name. We are out of the bondage. Adonai, we're in another freedom. Selassie, redemption coming. Adonai, I say praise. Farai, make we praise. Farai, redemption coming. Adonai, I say praise. For I, what a wonderful freedom. Adonai, I say glory to your name. We're out of the bondage. Adonai, we're in another freedom. Selassie, redemption coming. Adonai, I say praise. For I make we praise for our redemption coming. Adonai, I say praise. For I, what a wonderful freedom. Adonai, I say glory to your name. We're out of the bondage. Adonai, we're in a dot of freedom. Selassie, redemption coming. Adonai, I say praise. For I know, holy Mount Zion. Zion, Zion, I, Lord, holy, Mount Zion, Zion, redemption coming, redemption, God, Jarastafari,
Rastafari,
yeah,
Sila,
the last year,
Asiai,
yeah, Rastafari, my
Rastafari.
Lord and Empress, blessed love, back to the chair,
Bless
Blessed
you,
that's
love,
Lord,
man.
Mama Maisie. Give thanks, Mama
love,
Maisie.
love,
Redemption coming, you know.
give thanks,
There's a must, you
my
know, no
Lord,
matter how long it take, you know. Years, months, days, it coming, you know.
true,
Give
true.
thanks and praise. Bless the
My
Lord.
Lord, glorify.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. So at this time we call upon the Honorable Priest Rasavana to give the audience a royal welcome.
Oh, give thanks, Royal Chair. Yeah.
My Lord.
All protocols observed. We give thanks to the Congress and all its settings. We give thanks for our Father who set this Congress for I and for the people. Yeah. I also will take this moment to send a moment of tribute to I royal brother whose anniversary of departure was on the 3rd, as reminded by His Royal Empress Mama Maisie, Honorable Priest Headley Samuel. Gone before time, gone but will never be forgotten, will always be missed.
Ashe.
I also would like to commend the royal members of the foundation at 10 Miles Bulgate for their appearance and their contribution on Monday of this past week at the meet and greet ceremony for His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Dramani Mahama. They put on a great presentation led by our leading brother, the Honorable Priest Morgan, and also Senior Elder, Honorable Uncle Rabi. Yeah. A presentation well received by a full house and well done. Kudos to 10 Miles Bulby. I would like to extend welcome to everyone who is on the platform and who is on the live stream, and to those that will see this in the future. Yeah, we this morning or this afternoon we will be diving into the whole concept of our constitution because we find that it is misunderstood and misrepresented in many cases, as well as we will be touching on, what is generational wealth and how can we accumulate such wealth and pass it on to our generations that are to come. And I hope the information assembled by the executive committee will be well received. And I hope everyone is ready and willing to participate, share your thoughts, your questions, your ideas with the platform so we can all gain a greater understanding as we move forward in our endeavors to move the Congress from the lowland to the island, as the Honorable Chair said. So, family, welcome, 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 my Lord and Empress.
My Lord, give thanks for that article welcome, and give thanks, for the highlight of the Congress 10 miles birthday. Thanks for such acknowledgement. And give thanks for everything what is taking place right now. Give thanks for all our endeavors and all our efforts to bring forth freedom, redemption, and international repatriation. And at this time, we call upon,
Blessed
call
love,
for the
my
roll call,
Lord.
Honorable Empress Dion. Give thanks,
Yes,
Empress Dion. Blessed.
give thanks for all loved ones being present today. And today is our roll call for the 9th of August 2026. Honorable Priest Seven,
Blessed love.
Honorable Priest Earl,
Royal family.
Honorable Priest Rasavana,
Present royal family.
Honorable Priest Brown,
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Iras Levi,
Yes, I, Rastafari, Halia Selassie, I Empress Menina.
Honorable Prophet Albert,
Blessed love.
Honorable Prophet Ricardo Acosta, Honorable Leading Empress Lady May,
Blessed love, one and all.
Honorable Leading Empress Miriam,
Blessed love, sis. Give thanks.
Honorable Empress Trisha, and Honorable Empress Dion. Let the record show there are 12 participants present at the beginning of the meeting. Give thanks to all loved ones present, those here and those to come. Give thanks. And please remember to stay hydrated. Get in your, it may be liquid or fruits. Please stay hydrated in this sunny weather. Please, please remember to get your pens, pads, papers, anything that you feel comfortable writing and taking notes with, for at the end of the meeting, you can share your thoughts, ideas, concerns through the question and answer segment. And please be remembered that we are live streaming on YouTube on the Council of Elders, EABIC live stream.
Give
Please
thanks,
remember to
Royal.
subscribe, like, share, and comment. And up next, we will be having Honorable Empress Trisha with her inspiration.
Oh, blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks, Honorable Empress Dion. Give thanks to the chair and the co-chair for today's meeting. Give thanks to all ones who are present in today's reasoning, which is promising to be very enlightening. Our inspiration today comes from our sister, our Queen's mother, Ayanla Banzant. A quote by Wally Amos. If you think poor, you are poor. Continue.
That no good again.
It's still
It is said that the mind is a terrible thing to waste. Thoughts of poverty and lack
my bag still.
of the valuable power. Hi, pretty. Thoughts of poverty and lack are a waste of the valuable power of the mind. In order to experience wealth, success, and well-being, we must train the mind to think positively. Positive thinking is more than a cliche. It is an attitude that embraces the wealth of the human experience. The mind is a tool that can turn a negative into a positive with a stream of progressive thoughts. Many of us have no idea about the true wealth of the universe. We are so accustomed to the lack that we see everything as not enough. It is only through the mind, the power of thought, the transformation of perceptions that we will move from being poor to a state of conscious wealth. And I'd like to repeat that. It is only through the mind, the power of thought, the transformation of perceptions that we will move from being poor to a state of consciousness. Take a penny and commit to collecting 999,999 more. In the end, you will have more than a bunch of pennies. You will have the beginning of a fortune. Today, I will think abundance, prosperity, and wealth into my experience. Today's reflection: how can you transmute thoughts of poverty or lack that sneak into your mind today, my Lord and Empress? We do give thanks.
Give
Honorable.
thanks. Glorify, Honorable Empress. Give thanks for that word of inspiration to show that the mind is a terrible thing to waste, as was said. The mind create, mind destroy. Yeah, so we just have to use our mental ability, yeah, to really attract abundance, So we give thanks for that understanding, to bring us to that consciousness that our Father is rich in house and land, he has the wealth of the world in his hand, So who are we, his sons and daughters, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love. The introduction for this day's program, it's entitled Life. Man has evolved in a way far beyond the imagination of our ancestors. Yet, life remains a mystery. The early recorded history of humans show people as basic creatures, hunting and gathering their food just as other animals, living in simple habitats. The evolution process has taken humanity to magnificent heights, where man is able to create spaceships to travel into regions of the edge of the observable universe, also known as particle horizon, seeking knowledge. Scientists have created communication systems by understanding electromagnetic waves, microwaves, and infrared lights, which travel freely through space. While people are yet to comprehend coexisting or bonding, the commonly shared animalistic instinct of dominance controls human interaction. The quantification of harmonious existence eludes human comprehension. Even though it has been proven time and time again how collaboration, pardon me, let me repeat. Even though it has been proven time and time again how collaboration and unity achieve what is unachievable unilaterally. One of the basic instincts of humans to be the best is to be the best or the greatest. To be recognized and glorified dominates the overall actions of humanity. Consciousness is the only way to elevate beyond the basic animalistic instinct and understand the value of coexistence. The challenge is that consciousness remains one of the most profound, unsolved mysteries in science and philosophy. Neuroscientists view consciousness as an emergent property generated by complex physical processing, integrated network, and neural activity in the brain. Consequently, in reality, consciousness stems from a non-physical substance or soul which exists independently from the body and brain. This is why it is not universal to all, and why harmony among all people is impossible to achieve or maintain. If this theory stands to be true, humanity is on a path to extinction. It is just a matter of time. The priests, who are the holiest of all humans, fight for dominance just as the layman. The scientist does the same. It is only among the indigenous who remain earthly connected who shows a general understanding of unity. For example, the Kogi people of Colombia and the Pygmy people of the Congo rainforest. With all that science and theology teaches, humanity is still divided and is motivated by the negative aspects of ego. Arrogance is an uncontrollable emotional response within humans and will consequently be our downfall. Food for thought. Bless the Lord.
And we will begin today with how to build generational wealth. The information that we're given today will be given in greater detail at another time, but we are giving you all of the terms that is required for food, like the precept, food for thought, so that you can see where you are, where you want to be, or where you need to be. How to build generational wealth. Building generational wealth requires eliminating bad debt, investing consistently in growth assets like real estate and index funds, and protecting those assets through legal estate planning. Core steps to create wealth. First, clear debt. Pay off high interest loans and credit cards first, so your money can start working for you instead of paying fees. Invest early. Put extra money into low-cost index funds or a mix of stocks and bonds to use the power of compounding growth. You know, some of us know to put money in an envelope, same idea. Buy property. Purchase a home or real estate because property values often go up over time and provide a stable base. Start businesses. Build a family business or side income to create streams of cash that you can pass down. Protecting and passing on wealth. 1, make a plan. Set up a clear will, a legal trust, or an estate plan to control how your things transfer when you die. Teach children. Share money skills. Talk openly about finances with your family so the next generation knows how to keep the wealth. Next, use tax rules. Learn about ways to lower taxes using gifts or specific accounts meant for children. Using permanent life insurance as an investment tool helps build generational wealth through cash value accumulation, tax-free death benefits, and asset leveraging. Key types include whole life, universal life, and index universal life. Core wealth building mechanisms. Cash value growth. Part of your paid premium goes into a tax-deferred savings or investment account attached to the policy. Under life insurance, tax-free payouts, the death benefit goes directly to your heirs without going through a long court process called probate and is generally free of income tax. Policy loans. You can borrow money using cash value as a backing asset, often at lower interest rates to invest in other things like real estate or business. Whole life. What is whole life? Whole life offers fixed, guaranteed interest rates and steady lifetime coverage. Index Universal Life, the IUL. It links your cash value growth to market indexes like the S&P 500 while protecting your principal from market drops. Using life insurance for generational wealth balances family protection with cash value accumulation. Protection provides a tax-free safety net via a death benefit, while cash accumulation builds a living asset you can borrow against while alive. Family protection, the death benefit. Income replacement. Ensures dependents can pay living expenses, mortgages, and debts if the primary earner dies. Tax-free transfer is a payout generally bypass probate and transfer income tax-free to beneficiaries or a trust. Estate liquidity provides immediate cash to pay off estate taxes or divide non-liquid assets like real estate fairly among your heirs. Headway wealth. Cash accumulation, living benefits, tax advantage growth. The cash value inside permanent policies like whole or universal life grows tax deferred. Policy loans. You can borrow against the accumulated cash value tax-free to fund real estate, education, or business ventures. Higher cost. Permanent policies carry much higher fees and administrative costs than term insurance, which can slow down pure investment growth. Permanent life insurance can serve both while living and a family after death, specifically whole life and universal life policies. These plans build cash value you can use now and pay money to your family when you die. While living, the cash value. 1, save money. Part of your payment goes into a special account that grows over time. Borrow cash. You can take a loan out using your cash value while you are alive. Withdraw money. You can take cash out or use it to pay your monthly bills. After death, the payout. Money for family. your family gets a tax-free cash payment called a death benefit when you pass away. Pay final bills. Your loved ones can use the money to pay for funeral costs, debts, or daily living needs, my Lord and Empress. Blessed. Honorable Empress Diane.
Blessed love. History. In the early 90s, King Emmanuel started an ambassadorial program. He assigned the office staff to organize a system for regional branches to select representatives who were to report to the headquarters at set intervals to report on their function and development. These members would make up the parliament, along with the committee members of the headquarters. He required 32 total members, along with himself, making 33. Dada also called for a constitution to be drafted, which is a requirement for the functioning of a legislative body. The brethren constructed a document to the best of their ability, with the content, some of which were dedicated by the father and their personal knowledge. It was a basic document. Needless to say, the parliament was never officially seated, and the document was never formally completed or used. Because it was done at King Emmanuel's request, members have placed a form of sacred value on a document that is a standard guideline in an association. The fact that King Emmanuel called for a constitution shows he was knowledgeable of what a standard document used to guide a legislature is. A constitution is built to be amended. Today, we will attempt to share with the listenership the fullness of what a constitution is, the various types of constitutions, and what makes up a standard constitution. To be continued. Congress. The Congress as a governing institution is set up similarly to how the government of Jamaica runs. There is supposed to be a committee made up of 14 members, which administrates the local affairs. As it is in Jamaica, where you have the local government, which is responsible for the cities, towns, and regional affairs. Then there is the parliament, consisting of 33 members to govern the branches and international affairs of the association. Just like the executive branch of government does with members of parliament in Jamaica. The only major difference is in the EABIC, there is no opposition party. The Congress runs as a theocratic form of government. It doesn't engage in partnership or the practice of dividing the constituents to lead them. King Emmanuel was setting up a standard type of government to address the various areas of needs in the daily life of his people. For example, housing, healthcare, education, industry, judiciary, etc. A constitution is what lists the offices or branches of government, their function and procedures. The original document was drafted with King Emmanuel at the helm with sole authority, which, if it is to be usable today, must be amended to grant authority to the Parliament to assume the authority of leadership. Just as Emperor Haile Selassie did in 1931, when he gave Ethiopia its first constitution and amended it in 1955 to address the needs of his country. To be continued.
Royal
Constitu-
Empress. Well, Empress, before going forward, sorry, could you go back one more time? Yes. Yes, the word is partisanship. Partisanship is the method or policy of dividing a people to rule the people. And we are anti-partisanship. We unite the people to guide the people. Give thanks.
Give thanks, my Lord.
Constitu-
Constitution. You going? Okay, go ahead.
Constitution. A constitution is a supreme set of fundamental laws, principles, and rules that determine how a nation or an organization is governed. It outlines government powers, sets limits on authority, and protects the rights of the people. Core elements of a constitution is its supreme law, which acts as the highest rule book that all other laws and actions must follow. The government structure defines the main branches of power, such as the executive, legislature, and judiciary, and how they relate to each other. Citizen rights guarantees fundamental freedoms and basic human rights for individuals in that society. There is no single fixed number of constitutional forms, but political scientists generally classify them into four main pairs of opposite types based on how they are written, amended, distributed in power, and constructed. Written and unwritten. Written, known as the codified. Laws and rules are gathered in one single official document, for example, the United States or India. Unwritten is the uncodified, and its the rules come from multiple sources like traditions, court rulings, and acts of parliament rather than one book, as in the United Kingdom. Rigid and flexible. Rigid, hard to change, needs a special slow lawmaking process or special majority votes, as in the United States Constitution. Flexible, easy to change, can be updated by the regular lawmaking groups, just like any normal law, for example, in the United Kingdom. Unitary and federal. Unitary gives all main power to one central government. Local areas only have powers given by the center, as in France. Federal. It divides power between a central government and smaller states of all provinces, like the United States or Canada. Parliamentary and presidential. Parliamentary combines the lawmaking and executive groups. The leader of the government comes from the parliament, as in India. Presidential keeps the president, the head of the government, separate from the lawmaking group. Constitutions are not statistic documents. Static. I'm sorry. Yes, I got it. Constitutions are not static documents. Instead, they function as dynamic, living frameworks that adapt through formal amendments, judicial interpretations, and shifting political practices. Formal amendments, written changes. Most written constitutions include a strict amendment process, such as requiring a supermajority vote or a national referendum to add or alter text directly. Deliberate rigidity. While designed to be harder to change than regular laws, this formal process ensures the text can update to match fundamental shifts in society. Judicial interpretation. Court rulings. Courts and supreme tribunals continuously interpret old phrases in modern contexts, which changes how the law applies in daily life without rewriting the original words. Evolving meaning. Over decades, judicial review can significantly alter or reverse how constitutional rights and government powers are understood. Unwritten conventions, customs and norms, political traditions, unwritten rules, and institutional habits guide how a government operates, allowing the constitutional system to evolve smoothly alongside the public's expectation. A church constitution and a government constitution differ primarily in their scope, authority source, and membership nature. A church document focuses on the theology and voluntary faith, whereas a government document manages civic law and entire national populations. Scope and content. Church constitution includes a statement of faith, spiritual mission, and rules for internal religious administration and membership. Government constitution establishes the entire framework of a nation's public legal system, defines public offices, and guarantees secular civil rights for all citizens. Authority and enforcement. Church constitution derives authority from religious texts like the Bible and voluntary agreement. Enforcement is spiritual or through voluntary membership removal, called excommunication or leaving. Government constitution derives supreme legal authority from civil sovereignty. Enforcement relies on the state's police power, courts, and legal penalties. Membership. Church constitution applies only to individuals who voluntarily choose to join and submit to that specific religious body. Government constitution applies automatically to everyone residing within the geographic boundaries of that state, regardless of personal choice. A parliament in the Bible generally refers to the assembly of leaders, elders, or people gathered to make decisions. The key concepts include the assembly of elders, the council of Christ, and national gatherings. Biblical assemblies and councils. The assembly of elders. Leaders are The Assembly of Elders are leaders who meet to guide the community and settle disputes. Council of Christ are the heavenly host or divine assembly surrounding God in heaven. National gatherings, whole communities meeting at sacred sites for covenants or king choices. Key characteristics: purpose, seeking God's will, making laws, or crowning kings. Participants are the elders, the tribunal heads, the priests, and sometimes all the people. A biblical assembly or council differs from a modern parliament fundamentally in its source of authority, representation model, and secular scope. A modern parliament is a secular elected legislative body, whereas a biblical assembly operated under divine law with tribal or elder representation. Source of authority and law. Biblical assembly viewed ultimate laws as given directly by God, such as the Mosaic covenant. Rulers or elders applied pre-existing divine statutes rather than inventing new civil laws. Modern parliament holds a sovereign power to draft, debate, and repeal secular legislation based on shifting public will or party platforms. Representation and membership. Under the biblical assembly, composed of patriarchs, tribal heads, elders, or the whole congregation gathered by consensus or lineage, there were no political parties or geographic electoral campaigns. Modern parliament, composed of professional politicians elected by citizens in defined geographic districts, typically organized into competitive political parties. Scope and separation of powers. The biblical assembly, a blended civic, moral, and religious life without a separation of church and state. Religious transgression was often treated as a civil or communal offense. And modern parliament operates as a distinct civil institution within a constitutional framework that separates governance from religious doctrine. A theocracy belongs to a religious legal framework, which includes religious law, divine law, and traditional law. Religious legal systems. Divine law. Divine law rules come directly from a holy book or a god, not from people or kings. Supreme leaders, religious leaders, or holy figures make and lead the government. No separation. Church and state are the same thing. Religious sins are also state crimes. Common examples, as in the Islamic law, the Sharia, used in countries like Iran, where religious rules guide all national laws, or the Papal States, historically ruled by the Pope using Catholic canon law. An association with Congress in its title is typically governed by a deliberative assembly using parliamentary procedure and foundational governing documents. Governing frameworks, constitutions and bylaws, the core written rules defining the group structure, officers, and core mandates. Rules of order, a chosen parliamentary authority, such as Robert Rules of Order, that dictates how meetings, debates, and votes are run. Delegated authority, a representative framework where chosen or appointed delegations make decisions on behalf of a wider membership base. A church can represent a constituent of people in a legal framework or regarding human rights violations, but its capacity depends entirely on its formal legal status, its local civical procedure rules, and whether it acts as a direct legal representative or an advocacy partner.
And that's civil procedure.
Sorry, locals, I'll read it over. A church can represent a constituent of people in a legal framework or regarding human rights violations, but its capacity depends entirely on its formal legal status, local civil procedure rules, and whether it acts as a direct legal representative or an advocacy partner. Legal framework and representation, corporate personality. A church that is formally incorporated under civil law holds a distinct legal identity. This allows it to sue, be sued, own property, and file amicus curiae, friends of the court, briefs, or public interest lawsuits on behalf of its members or broader community issues. Standing limitations. A church generally cannot act as a standard law firm or attorney of record for individuals unless it employs licensed counsel or partners with specialized legal aid groups. It can, however, sponsor or coordinate litigation for a group if its own institutional rights or its members' constitutional freedoms are directly impacted. Human rights violations and advocacy. Moral and public advocacy. Churches frequently act as collective voices for marginalized groups, documenting abuses, publishing reports, and engaging with the national and international human rights bodies such as the United Nations or regional systems. Procedural barriers. International human rights courts and tribunals usually require victims themselves or accredited human rights organizations like the specialized NGOs to bring formal petitions forward, while a church can support, fund, or join these actions as an institutional petitioner or co-advocate. It rarely stands as the sole legal proxy for non-members unless acting strictly within authorized civil association rules, my Lord and Empress. Blessing.
Epilogue. The next step in moving forward is to establish a legislative branch to implement the needed measures in fulfilling the mission of the King. The main focus, along with collective collaboration, is cooperative economics. Without funding all that we speak of is just a dream. Returning to Africa or existing in the diaspora requires I and I to be self-sufficient. For a government to be effective, it must be able to preserve its independence, which requires liquidity, a constant revenue stream. I and I need to use Marcus Garvey's Black Print to assist in transforming the Congress from a tithes and remittance policy to a production and development principle as the work continues. Royal Empress, could you return forward couple tiles, go back up couple tiles so we can really set the tone for the reason. A little more, go beyond the church. Okay. Okay. Yeah, man. Okay, we're looking at a constitution. Now, we have had debates, discussions, and opposing views on our constitution because I and I tend to harbor the thought that whatever was done during our father's tenure or by our father is indelible. In biblical laws, such as the Ten Commandments or the Mahat, those laws are unchangeable because they supersede time. You know, they are based on a principle of right and wrong. And what is wrong doesn't become right over time. And what is right doesn't become wrong over time. But in the case of a constitution, which is a guideline for a government, an institution, an association, a group, a company, a church, those change. Those guidelines change from time to time. As it said in the document, within the Constitution, which is called a supreme law because it governs the entirety of your association function. That function can be altered, improved, added on to from time to time. And your constitution has to depict that, has to show that. That's why it is not a static document. A static document is a sealed document. There is no provision in that document for amendments or improvements. But a constitution, regardless of its type, written or unwritten, rigid or flexible, no matter what type of constitution, as long as it is a constitution, a set of guidelines for the corporation, for the association, for the church, it has a amendment clause. Now, here it says written changes. Most written constitutions include a strict amendment process, such as requiring a supermajority vote or a national referendum to add or alter text directly. Now, in the case of the Congress, and as we saw in the narrative, a Congress, any association or group with Congress as its title defines its function. When we came to the foundation, we were taught that the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress is a government within a government. So it is defined not only by the title constitution, but by the expression of the narrative right there, a government within a government. That defines how it functions, meaning it has a constitution and it has a legislative branch that is governed by that constitution. Over time, things within that or functions within that legislative branch changes. You might have a officer who is no longer with the association for whatever reason. He transitions or he steps away or whatever the reason. And there has to be clause within that constitution that shows how that office is refilled. There's also clauses within it that has to portray how you remove a sitting officer if there is a need to remove him or her. That is positioned within your bylaws. So a constitution has a general description of the association and its function. Background noise, and then you have within it the bylaws, which are the specifics now in how those offices function or how it is changed or developed. These are standard principles that exist out there in any institution. And being a government, and our father, even though we identify his spiritual nature, he was a man of great understanding. When the Congress was founded, he founded the African National Congress, nothing else. Nothing else was applied to it. It was formed to represent the needs of the poor and the have-none. Here it says, right here, church constitution includes a statement of faith, spiritual mission, and rules of internal religious administration and membership. Now, there are errors in the narrative here where it says that a church constitution is mandated by God, not kings, not people. We don't roll with that narrative because we know that it's man and woman who make up the concept of God and goddesses. See, because there is no way we would know what the law is if it is not interpreted through language, which comes from people. No matter what voice or language, voice is heard through people. So a church constitution is defined by its leadership. Now, there is a standard requirement in constructing a constitution. And for that constitution to be valid in any forum, it must have certain components within it. And I'm saying all this to say our original constitution was started, but it was not complete. Whether we want to say that our Congress is unique and has unique ways in which it does things, our title and our rhetoric defines how we function. A Congress is a legislative branch of government. And for people to understand how the Congress is going to serve them, we have to have the narrative that expresses that. That is in your constitution. So when you sit at a negotiation table with other entities, which today they define them as civil societies, NGOs, non-governmental organizations. You can present without having to stand up and give a long-winded expression or explanation. You present your constitution. You can give your constitution to the pertinent entities at that table. When they read it, they will see the fullness of your association. Our document must be able to stand up to scrutiny and comparison to any other civil society that is doing similarly to what we are doing, which is representing the poor, have not, disenfranchised, marginalized African people. That's a standard process. We're not here to create a new wheel, because then we would have to go out there and be willing to negotiate with the other authorities out there for acceptance of that new wheel. So our father understood this. When he was organizing his parliament, he knew exactly what he needed. He needed a constitution to guide the establishment of the parliament and the function of the parliament, which is what our document is supposed to do. Now, we applaud, we accept, and we do not change the founding building blocks of the Constitution. But we have the duty, the right, and the ability to improve upon it, to amend it, to depict the changes, the development, the growth of our association. If we add a new office to our function, it must be reflected in the Constitution. If we defunct or absolve an office, that also must be defined within our Constitution. We are a functioning organ, and we cannot, in trying to establish our uniqueness, we cannot redefine the language that is universally accepted within the legal, the judiciary system of the world. I know we foster the narrative that we are in the world but not of the world. That is defining personal principles. We don't aspire to partisanship. We don't divide the people to guide the people. See, we don't base on our leadership on the best speaker who might be a proficient liar. We identify our leadership through their divine characters or divine characteristics. That's where we are not in the world. But we are not, that narrative doesn't mean that standard applications don't apply to us. Because if you look in our 4-point agenda, it states that I and I must deal with certain institutions. This is what the Father mandated, that we approach certain institutions in fulfilling the mission that he left I and I to fulfill, which is freedom, redemption, international repatriation. And those entities, such as the African Union, formerly the Organization of African Unity, the League of Nations, which is now today known as the United Nations, the International Court of Justice, and other entities that function in that realm. We have to understand the standard narrative, the standard approach, the standard documentation that is accepted by them. Writing a brief or a document in our theoretical way will not achieve our government rights. And I will pause with this. During our father's tenure, he had a secretary that was a administrator at the University of the West Indies. We used to take letters written by our brethren in the office at 10 miles to this empress for her to peruse, review, and make changes if necessary and give us her opinion. My first time in visiting her with the Honorable Priest Turks to present a document to her, she read the document and she looked up on us and said, "Great document. I see you're trying to convert the government to your way of life," which she was being, lack of a better word, facetious in her expression, meaning she was not being straightforward. What she meant is that this document is a religious document, and what you are seeking as a Congress is governmental rights, rights that represent the people. So what she did, she reconstructed the letter, gave us the copy, and we took it back to the father. When it was read to the father approved it, said, "Great, send it out." Because what she did was remove a lot of preachiness in it, the lot of biblical quoting and churchical references. And she applied legal narrative, parliamentary language to the document, which is what they understand out there, which is appropriate for what the document is supposed to represent. And then we sent it out. So what I'm saying by that is that as a government, as the EABIC, not the Divine Church, which we know that we function as church and state, but they are still two entities combined. They are still two separate entities combined, meaning the church builds the characters of the parliamentarians because we are all members of the Melchizedek order of priests. So the church builds that character in us, and then now the Congress teaches us the governmental and parliamental procedures that we will now apply within our divine selves in representing the Congress and the people. Blessed love, back to the chair.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. Yes, give thanks for the information, you know. Give thanks to understand the governmental procedures and standards, you know. And as the priest had bring up the word in it from the scriptures, in the world but not of the world. I always say that we in the world, so we have to put in some, we have to apply certain things that is in the world, right? We have to deal with matters at a certain standard that the world recognizes, right? And when it say we're not of the world, that means we are not supporting the negative things of the world, right? The unfairness and you see it, but to reach out to the people and to make them understand we are in the world. We have to show them the governmental standard just as how they do it, of similarity, but not the same. You know? So I just want to highlight the information, you know, as we see the information started off with life. You know, that is where it all begins, life, consciousness. And then we see we went into generational wealth for that consciousness That is how we bring generational wealth. And with that same consciousness is how we're supposed to run a government, you know? So give thanks for the sequence of the information and give thanks that we could understand the governmental standard, how a constitution is supposed to represent us properly, you know? So yes, my Lord and Empress, at this time we'll open up the floor that one could speak.
Well said, Honorable Chair.
My Lord. Freedom of speech, my Lord and Empress. The floor is open.
Blessed love royal family, do give thanks. For late coming in. Honorable priest of Superior, they're gonna do full speaking. My Lord and Emperor.
Blessed Lord.
Yes, Constitution. That word, it's been so prolific in my life, the word Constitution. Dealt with so many of them over the years. Yeah, the first one was the Ethiopia World Federation. That's why when Priest Doug even spoke about Priest Rasavana, to be corrected, spoke about the bylaws, and I realized that we didn't have that. And like I says, I know no one in the Congress beat the EWF, but has been a member for it for 5 years and its constitution and what it was set up on. It was under democratic procedure where most Rastafari are theocratic, but the EWF was democratic. But I still give thanks for the stepping stone of learning about political affairs, even though we were non-political as a government. Ethiopia World Federation was a non-political government, but in the constitution, it states that they would engage political issues if it came up. They were non-political. One of the clauses that certain religious groups couldn't be in it, you understand, or if you was a member of a cult, you couldn't be a member of the Ethiopian World Federation. In the bylaws, there was an article where we, the members, didn't have, but the executive had. Article 11 of the Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation said none of the business of the Ethiopian World Federation must be discussed with the public. That means non-members. That means only unless you're directing someone to come to a meeting, but even then you couldn't divulge the contents of the Constitution. Now, how many people understand what is a Constitution? Even it's a dilemma because when I even look the dissension, what the Constitution has caused, and then you got the, well, people might call them diarted, diverted, whatever the word, who meet the power where King Emmanuel set before him go away, and minute in a changes, not realizing that changes happen. Even our banner, when we started, our banner was solely looking like Ghana, and Marcus Garvey flag would have been just plain with nothing on it, red, black, and green. Then over the years, the Ghana flag became 3 stars, then it became 5 stars, then it became 7 stars, and then they omitted the 7 stars and came with the 2 lions, the crown, the 2 R's, and three 5-point black stars. So the banner changed totally from not representing a country, but representing an organization. So our banner, what we are flying now, which consists of the 2 lions, the 2 R's, the crown in the middle of the 2 lions, and the triple 5-point stars, black 5-point stars. No country has that banner. So that banner is, that flag, those prints, those ensigns on that flag is our creation. But yet, this is the flag what Dada said he would like these two flags with these ensigns to fly on every flagpole throughout the 54 countries of Africa. So, my dilemma is this. As we speak, we have fellow Congress members, i.e., some people refer to them as the online parliament. They have their take on how the Congress should run and on what constitution we think. So I don't know when we are going to be united in one order pertaining to the constitution, because yes, I hear the proposal put forward by the Elder Council, input into all and posting out to everyone the idea of revising the constitution. Yet I don't hear no feed forward from these other entities in the Congress as to yay, nay, they accept the proposal of the Constitution. Sometimes I might move like a person who is not attentive or keeping things abreast, but I have been keeping the history of this Congress and Rastafari and many other things abreast, and I'm not going to make that slide. That the reality is no unity is not going to come via the Constitution or otherwise until all fractions come and speak. People, we always talk about we want solutions. We don't want a bag of talking, we want solutions. Yeah, I know see no solution come yet, or anyone come with a powerful solution to bring forth our unity around this constitution. We need unity, proper unity amongst ourselves. Every time we quote this Emperor speech, unity is the only accepted goal. But what is the tenets we are using or the strategy we are using? Yes, I get where the Elder Council is, but the Elder Council is still a few human beings in the earth trying to do their best. We can't solve all the earth's problems. If we could, we would have done it already. We're in this world facing everything what everyone else in the world is facing, whether they're directly in it or out of it. We're all facing the same dilemmas. If you watch the news, most of us are going to see the same things broadcasted on the news universally. So, unity need to be across the board everywhere. I don't care if it's South Africa, I don't care if it's St. Lucia, I don't care if it's Jamaica, I don't care if it's Trinidad. We need unity across the board. We need an international reason. It doesn't have to be the hill, could be a Liberty Hall, it could be any neutral ground, and because we need to be at an international EABIC conference table to trash out all of these things, the Constitution and the disunity in the Congress. Because of the disunity in the Congress, we can't come to a consensus on the defining and the revising of the Constitution. You understand? So, in my opinion, sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall when it comes to members of this Congress. That's my honest, heartfelt truth coming from I. I've been in the Congress from 39 years now, which is the age of my oldest child. Yeah, so my oldest child, she's not dreadlocked, she's not into Boba Shanty life or Rasta like that again, but I brought her up in this way of Rasta and I rigid way without thinking about them or try, kind of shun them from the world and just have them engaged in our world, and then everything goes up and they want a different life. So sometimes we have to circumspect in our movements and know what we're doing, because while our leaders was here, we were the most powerful people. Our leaders have made their transitions and people get weak. It's in every organization where the top leader goes, but I have to speak for my Congress as this reasoning is directed to our Congress. You understand? Because even reading the word defining what a constitution is, the various kinds of constitutions, understanding the contract, So Yes, my Lord and Empress. I first would, would love a one could give me a solution. As I often hear said on this, we don't want a lot of talking, we want solutions. Well, I'm asking, what is the solution to bring the unity with the online parliament, all the other fractions, and everyone come to sit round the round table and discuss in peace, love, and unity and harmony about this constitution and how we go forward? Because I don't hear that solution come to the table. Because once you're talking like this dissension and disunity in the Congress. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
My Lord, yes, Honorable Priest, thanks for, trying to look for that solution. But here was the funny thing about solution. Now, what did I need to think about this, if I'm making sense? You never know a solution is a solution until it solves the problem. Then you can say, well, that was the solution. So what that tell us? That means to say, I know specific solution. My Lord and Empress, is a whole heap of thing we have to do. There's not one solution. There's a whole lot of different things that we have to do and put together to really solve the problem or bring the solution or the resolution. Because we tried this and we tried that over the years. So what we would say, what never worked wasn't a solution. No, it's not to say it wasn't the solution enough, but it was part of strengthening the solution. And we were supposed to continue, but we never continue. You see it? So we have to think along them lines, but we cannot think narrow in one narrow space and say, well, it's just this we have to do. Right? And we have to be more flexible. You see, we now talk generational wealth and education and all of these different things. You see it? So this is how we have to think when we're looking for a solution. From my view, my Lord and Empress. The floor is open.
Through the chair, Majesty.
My Lord.
Yeah, give thanks. Just to chime into that aspect of the reasoning, royal family, one of the solutions to our problem is for I and I as priests to learn something that is, it's a thing, it's a word we say often, but it's not easily gained or maintained. Humility. You see, humility is something very valuable. If we listen to the narrative of the reasoning earlier that was read, one of the problems that humankind have is our negative ego, because we use ego as negative in general, but ego is a duality. It has a positive element to it as well as a negative element to it. But we constantly apply the negative element, and that is what we showcase. See, the negative element leads to what is called arrogance. Arrogance is thinking that there is only one solution to the problem, or my way is the only way. And that is not how life is. Now, the parliament, the ad hoc parliament, as I would call it, right now, they embrace their own way of understanding. And that's all right, because we're all individual humans with a different mindset. But where I see the problem and I can't understand, just like Honorable Priest Adigan expressed, is the unwillingness to sit at the family table. We say and we know that we are one father and mother's children. Haile Selassie the first, Mama Omega, seeing are the Alpha and the Omega. We are also one father children from a spiritual level, which is King Emmanuel. But yet we are acting as disobedient children by not yielding to his mandate. First of all, the emperor said to organize and centralize. Simple enough. He didn't make it complex or anything. Simple mandate. Organize and centralize. Our father said that the Congress is one people and we should speak with one voice. How do we achieve that? By sitting around the family table, sharing our ideas, our opinions, our beliefs, our understanding, and coming to oneness. Until we are ready and able to do that, we will not find the solution. While the solution is right there in our midst, right there on the pile, sitting on top of our table. But until we find the humility within ourselves to know that I am only one unit of the knowledge, one unit of the understanding, and be willing to come to the table with my one unit and place it on the table with everyone else's unit and create the clear picture that putting together those units will manifest. We will be doing what we are constantly doing and have been doing for 32 years. That's why in some sense, everything is a duality, because we might say dictatorship is just a negative thing. But, and I wouldn't, let me rephrase the word, authoritarian. An authoritarian principle may be seen as negative, but in some sense, you see, when you have one leader, things get done. Things are manifested. When Marcus Garvey sat at the helm of the UNIA, it thrived. It achieved its goal. It progressed and it developed. When King Emmanuel sat at the head of the Congress, it progressed. It developed. It manifested its function. When the Emperor Haile Selassie I sat at the helm of Ethiopia, Ethiopia saw its greatest days. That was the heyday of Ethiopia's development. But since they have done their part, and this is what we must understand, they have done their part and handed off the mission to be continued by who they taught, by their proteges. It has struggled just because we lack the unity. And as the narrative says, this insatiable need to be individually acknowledged, to be individually glorified, to wield individual power is what holds us back. And I will end there. I will jump back in later as we discuss and because I don't want to take up all the time, but this is a very important reasoning. And I would love to hear, especially not negating the younger generation's viewpoint, which I truly want to hear, but I would like to hear from the senior members, as you have heard all the narrative, I would like to hear from the item thoughts along this, discussion here. The Honorable Priest Earl, who is a man of great deduction, a great analytical mind, Mama Lily, who is a well-read, well-knowledgeable empress in her own right, and Mama Maisie, who in her simplicity continues to confound I and I with her knowledge. Royal family, blessed.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Yes, my Lord, I would love to hear from the elders too, Yeah. and give thanks for what I say. When I hear you talk about the leadership, it just make me what come to my mind is that this is all the more reason why the parliament needs to be set and functioning, you know, because the people want a one voice. That is what people want. They want a one voice to listen to. And then have some people that are just bandwagon to bandwagon. So they want a one voice to listen to. You see it? So, you know, just to highlight the importance of, you know, the parliament, you know.
Truly.
Yes, my Lord and Empress, the floor is open, royal elders of the Congress.
What is it? Is
Yes,
it
yeah.
midnight? I hear pure crickets. Is it midnight?
Checking the participants. Yeah. Oh, priest Elvis Brown, I didn't see your hand up, my Lord. Thanks for your patience, royal elder priest, my Lord. Priest Brown. Honorable Priest Brown.
You must
Your
have stepped
mic
away.
mute. Yeah. All right.
Must have stepped away for a minute.
He got his hand up a while. Yes, my Lord, and until the floor open, until the priest come. Mama Lily, priest Earl. Let's see again.
Three times the Zion has put his hand up, and
All
I'm glad to see the chair is with us, even though he's not playing the role of the chair today. Honorable
Yeah.
Priest, times there. My Lord Chair, do you give the honorable the floor?
Yes, my Lord. Honorable priest. Power.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. Give
My Lord.
thanks what has been said and done so far. I ain't too long coming. But I have I have a reality myself. I got something about unity is almost impossible. My Lord. That is the way it looking to me right now. All what we are doing, which is so great and so informative, my Lord. I don't see members gravitating to it. Even the service order, and this might sound away, I don't see it helping us. For the simple reason is that we're not using logic, we're not using our heavens. So it's more like a kind of it's always this self-grandalizing, beating, thumping your chest. Like, you know, we are the best and all these acclamations that we put to ourselves. And when we look, we are the worst in this judgment. And I know it's sung away. Yeah, I say it. And I know it live stream, so it's sung in a way. But my Lord and Empress, it seems like we are the most illiterate. It seems like we don't want to look into reality. It seems like we settle for the separating, you know. The online parliament is actually encouraging it. I see it. They're not encouraging no unity, not even the effort. You know, say it. It's looking gloom to me, my Lord. And when the item know me, and for me to be talking like this, somehow way to even my own self, Rastafari. You know, I don't know how we're moving forward, what are we doing, what we're going to do. But I don't see what we're trying to do, bringing nothing but contention, bringing nothing more than uh, further dividing the rift amongst us. But I give thanks to the from Priest Savannah and the vibes that if what was conveyed between him and even Priest Moore last week, Monday, I believe, with visit of the president for Ghana, you know. And I am a very optimistic person. God know, my Lord and Empress. But what I am seeing here is total deliberate separation. It's no the desire to unite. If we unite, we will listen to each other, even though we might disagree, even though we mightn't see things the same way. But there's that desire to unite. You would hear your brethren out or your sisters. I don't see that amongst us, my lord. Well, as I say, Priest Rasavala gave me a very optimistic reasoning with the headquarters, you know, and I give thanks to see that how we are stretching our hands out to headquarters, because the group that is being influenced by the parliament lick down headquarters. It's like not now go. Them a preach, them a deal with wrong right. And them kind of reasoning and go through the earth right now, my lord. I and I may see who is willing to sit down and listen and come to the table and I say it regardless, and actually try to find a common ground, try to find a bridge of some sort, my lord. But the rest of other fractions that I say is the encouraging the deepening of the rift. I don't know what strategy we have to use again, because I hear all what you say in the constitution and it makes sense, but my lord, yeah, some terrible kind of descriptions. And somehow I don't even want to say it. It might sound too drastic. But people not listening. They don't
And I
want
have
to
a
know. My lord.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut your thought, but I hear you, and I hear you strongly. You know, the truth can be an offense, but it's not a sin. So they are speaking their truth, and for unbiased people who are listening, they must acknowledge the truth, because the truth is not two, is not three, is one. You know what they I say is the truth. The hope in all of this, as they I say, is I've worked with the Honorable Priest Morgan and Honorable Priest Rabbi and Honorable Priest Flieger for many years. And while we might disagree on different aspects of things, I know that the Almighty God resides in them. And, you know, they aspire to a divine nature. See? So there has to be some willingness in them to want to see this thing come good, because they know the same saying that we know. If it's sweet are we, if it's sour are we. See? And so far, we have just been growing strictly bitter fruit. Strictly bitter fruit. You understand? And the narrative earlier said it. There's a human nature that fosters the negative ego within us. And that is what is keeping us apart, because we are afraid to say, I was wrong, I beg pardon, I beg forgiveness, and I will atone in whatever way I humanly possibly can. We feel that that takes away from our manhood and from our, whatever it is, when in reality, that is the essence of God. That is the essence of our divine being, to acknowledge our faults. Because if we say we aspire to be man and woman of right, how do we become right if we don't change what is wrong? First, within ourselves and within our unity, within our midst. And with the refusal of ones to come to the table who have set themselves up as
the leading voice within this Congress, that shows you by action who they are, whoever they are. And I'm not pointing a finger at anyone. Okay, I am stating a truth, a general truth that exists. By your fruit you shall know the tree. By your actions you are known. See, and if your action is to refuse continuously to hear your brothers and sisters' opinion because they might be opposite to yours, then where is the divine nature in that? How is that expressing a divine essence of oneself? I know that it's definitely not what the Father taught I and I, because there are three deities that we aspire to. Really four. See, but we highlight three, the three male figures, the king, the priest, and the prophet. See, with the complementing of the mother of creation. And those four chose different paths to achieve, different path to achieve the same objective. That means they had varied philosophies in how to achieve the same thing. And they still make up the essence of the Trinity. One chose the prophetical, statical way, one chose the priestly way, and one chose the kingly way. One, the lawgiver, the other, the divine lawgiver, the other, the statical or secular lawgiver, all establishing the law of humanity, but choosing different paths. But we here, it is my way or no way. And that is the problem among us. Where
My
is the
Lord.
humanity and the love to say, let me hear what Priest Imsley is saying. Let me hear what Priest Sevens is saying. Let me hear what Mama Lily is saying. Let me hear what the little child, the little youth is saying. The little child, because the man said, a little child shall lead us. So it might be the little child who have the key component to the puzzle, you know. But our humility, no, in our arrogance, we say, go sit down. Little children should be seen and not heard. Instead of acknowledging that the little child has a say as well. That takes humility within us. Honorable Chair, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Man,
my Lord.
that's
I
perfect.
don't want to be too long-winded, but I dread experience the mindset of King Emmanuel. I sat with him, I bunched chalice with him, I reasoned with him. I was among him in joy and in pain, in vexation, and all these things. And me never see he always have a stretched out arm. You know, it is being encouraged by the parliament that because I did carry up the service, that I not a minister again, period. So when we say, but this is an international Congress, the Priest Earl and Priest Daniel and them carry up service, Priest Adwa, Priest Banik. Man, them say, oh, right now, and some wrong right, them man a practice, you know. I mean, I listen none of them. Am I wrong right? So they are they totally diss out the priest like he's nothing, you know. And it, it's just so sad, my lad. I mean, right now my heart hurting me. I'm so upset. You know, I get a vision first night that was so vicious I wouldn't even repeat it. My lord and empress, and I don't want to sound. I always try to be so optimistic. I wasn't even going to say nothing, you know. That's why I don't even come on today, because the mindset that I have, I'm not feeling that optimism at all. And I choose to express it because I am still optimistic well in myself. And I see how I look at things personally, you know. But my lord, it's a dire situation. But I would not give up. But it's a dire situation, my lord Empress. All that we are doing seems to be no avail. It seems like we're not opening people's eyes. So I hate to be like this, but they say as priest talking as priest Rasawana, I say the truth will set you free. So I'm a truth may just start, my dad. We can probably come back on later on with another reason, but for the time being, give thanks patience
Quickly, my
and
lord, I have to say this
attention,
to the
my
eye.
lord
I have to say
Empress.
this to the eye, my lord. I have to say this. Sorry, family, for jumping in again. Sorry for cutting the line, but I have to say this to my brother. Honorable priest, I love the eye, Rasta. So if it's only one thing to take consolation in, there are those that love the eye, respect the work that the eye has done, is doing, seeing. And I would place this on the table and shut up. Is it right to discard your loved ones who have fought on the battle of life, on the front line of life with you for decades and have given their all when they fall? Is it right
No,
to discard them?
no.
So when a one saying a one is doing the wrong right by doing what we see to be right in our hearts, yeah, I leave it on the table. I will come again. Blessed love.
Yes,
Through the chair, my lord.
yes, honorable priest. Yes, my lord. Blessed.
Oh, give thanks, my lord, and Empress. Firstly, I will begin with this. Give thanks to our prophet, priest, and king, father, and mother of creation. You know, when we say we have four entities, we look, and I'm going to flash through the first point there. You know, so one of our biggest problem is that we still don't fully respect mama. That's one of our biggest problem. And if you don't respect Mother Earth, you will never get the full understanding or find the full balance with nature and life. Now, concerning the parliament settings, I remember the first parliament meeting when we went forward to the palace, and Dada asked me, what portfolio them give you, my lord? And I said, my lord, I was given a portfolio. Furthermore, that was not discussed. I was never again entertained in that position within the Congress. But from what I see, and from that start, I see that responsibility is our biggest problem. We shut up our mouth and we do every arms race, but a man to take up the full responsibility of his office and carry it out. And when him find out he can't carry the weight or manage it, to speak openly to the congregation and say, this is too much for me. I need help and assistance. That is what is lacking amongst us, and that is why we can be and feel us to be truthful to ourselves. We can't be truthful to anybody else. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Give thanks, honorable priest. Another solution to be responsible. Yeah, that's a serious thing. And as honorable priest Anthony was speaking about, how him express himself, what we're doing and not really cutting it, right? And as the old saying go, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. So we see the priest and them coming with the solutions, how to do it. You have to be responsible. You have to have humility, diplomacy, right? We could call whatever reasoning and this and that, but it's how we approach the reason and how we approach one another,
True,
you
my
know?
lord.
Yeah. So these are the things, we cannot leave out these things when we're trying to look for solutions, as simple as it may seem. Yeah, our attitude. We have to look into our attitude, you know? Yeah, and try and know how we express ourselves to one another uprightly. Upright words one thing. It's day one culture, my Lord and Empress. Yeah, so Honorable Priest, no.
Bobo Ken.
Honorable Bobo Ken, yes, my Lord. Floor is yours, my lord.
I hope your phone working better today, you know, Bobo Ken. He's a man with great wisdom, you know, but we can't hear him a week time, Rasta.
Mm. Your
Bobo
mic's still
Ken.
muted. Your mic muted.
Well, let's move on until Bobo Ken is ready
All
to
right.
join
I
us.
see him. Priest Adagan.
My Lord and Majesty, do give thanks once again, you know, with the with the with the coming together of saints, you know, children of the Most High, Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, yeah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yeah, like them say, the events of today become the history of tomorrow. Them say love is the cohesive force that binds our hearts as one. But Dr. teach we say many of we love spell backward. And I devise something out of that say many of we live spell backward, which is a exact cause love backward is evil is evil, but it gives you the sound of evil. Live backward is evil as we know it in the spelling. And that I say many of ones, that is what them is. Them live and them love is backward. No, one said them love King Emmanuel. Legacy. Why the emperor legacy? And Marcus Garvey legacy is so profound throughout the world. Because people keep them in mind and keep what they did in mind, but here's the problem. We love to revere and glorify what them of the past do and how great it was. Yet we in the time of technology, and it seems we can't even match these man's greatness and what they accomplished just to furnish a reasoning that they go and last strong. And you know, some might have been offended, but it's the truth. Like when some man say greater works than this, Jesus I go come do. But me I say, yeah, greater multitude, but is it a better multitude? No. I don't see no mankind come on earth, challenge the system and beat the system like Jesus did until he decides to surrender to them. You know, like when them try to trick him with the Caesar argument, give to Caesar what is Caesar, him come with. Them say to him, is it right for the people to pay a tax? See? Show you the man skillful. Is it right for the people to pay a tax? If him say yes, people are going to rise up against him. If him say no, him are going to get charged for treason. So him say, give me one of them Roman tribute there. Him look on it. He say, who for him is? Them say Caesar and the people them. The way the people them boss Caesar come like Caesar God. And him say, give to God what is God, give to Caesar what is Caesar. And it say, from that day forward, no one never question him again. They will come every minute, them try to trip him up and see if them go catch him up on something. And the man so skillful in him direction, them could never trip him up. Till him say, well, you know, them people want to kill me and crucify me, you know, I'm not run from them anymore. And I saw the thing check out. See? And King Emmanuel, what you know, when enough we are disseminating on the earth, you know, we never love King Emmanuel and what him stand for. We never even love who he. Remember, we say Haile Selassie is our father. Him say Haile Selassie is his father. And we never love his father. And we never love him neither. Because if we really did study and show ourselves to be approved, even as the house of priests, the EABIC outside the other entities of Rastafari, it come away. Sometimes when you buck up some man and them I say, why? I agree with some of the things where Baba deal with, you know, but it's not the same Baba Ashanti when Prince Emmanuel did about. I'm talking about conversations where you have with real people out there, other races out there, and them I say, why, Baba that? And it's nothing to do with the dancer artists or nothing. It's people who our understanding of the core inside of what we're about and to see that diminish, right? And all we are disseminating here is that we never love the man. We just talk in the love, but we never have the love, because the greatest thing for sure say you love the man thing and what the man thing did stand for is to keep it going and disseminate the same thing. But like I say, you have a certain set of people who are encourage the disunity. Priest Assembly, I feel it for him, because it's the same thing. When I hear a man say, hey, the dead bury the dead, and I hear them and the voice now licking up against the man, say them and the polluted. So I ask the question, what was we when we laid down King Emmanuel then? King Emmanuel was a man in flesh and blood. What was we? What was we? I, as a living eyewitness, was the, because if you do these things to a man, by whose authority? Who set this monopoly that any set of man can come and say, them run things? Priest Earl, who say I deal with transition service. Priest Aimsley and Edda Brethren. Priest Rasapana getting certificate for deal with these things. It's the right, even His Majesty set his sepulchre. His coffin is in the basement of the Holy Trinity Church in Ethiopia as I speak. And them show it on documentary on the TV and bring it in at the sanctum and show you His Majesty coffin and Empress Menning coffin and tell you say Empress Menning. His remains is in her box, but the emperor remains is not in his box. But the priest went on to say, that saying, he's just a man, he's not God. You understand? And he'd go on to say him is divine, but him wouldn't cross that line and call him God as we do. But he was willing to expound to we as Rastafari what was going off in the basement, that His divine majesty, the man we call the Almighty, made preservations that if his flesh was to go down, he have somewhere to lay to rest. So in that human existence, spiritual advancement must keep pace with material advancement, the emperor said. Progress must be moral. Is this moral progress? I do not think so. Morality, international morality, is why the emperor could engage every nation on the planet. Right? That J.A. Rogers, the author and writer of the book called From Man to Superman and Black Man, right? And the real facts about Ethiopia, that man said, in His Majesty, behold the perfect man. This is J. Rogers. He's not linked to Rastafari like that. But him say, in his opinion, when it comes to His Majesty, he would have said, behold the perfect man. And then we have the scripture now, highlight, mark the perfect man and behold the upright one, because the end of that man is peace. And under His Majesty rule, Ethiopia had peace. When after 74, chaos. Don't get me wrong, you know, Ethiopia has feudal wars and all that been going around from His Majesty time and Menelik and before them. Remember Theodore said before he met the British taking life, them said that in a history, them killed Priest Pedros at the war, and his statue is outside the National Museum of Ethiopia, Abuna Petros, which is Peter. You understand? So what we're saying, right, is that international morality is not being governed in our Congress. That when you read this, when I read the other pamphlets, man, them pamphlets, them words, what him write to world heads of government, whether from Jamaica, all heads up, is a speech book and a biography in itself, all of them there, and I lost quarter of them on my journey to Ethiopia. I'm going to petition the Ethiopian government to give me back my spiritual documents in the way King Emmanuel give me. You know. Come here, tell you I them, say them spiritual, the dynamite to blow up Babylon, you know, what in them, you know, my Lord. And someone have them somewhere, me know them not destroy. It's them thing that the brethren in my Ethiopia. I say, want to them paper, me leave them on my journey upon Ethiopian where me email me do everything, but me still I go back to that road there and try get back my spiritual document as some of the things are paramount and fundamental towards this conversation here in those papers what I lost in my journey, which a lot of people don't have these documents, and I endeavored that Jack could, but like Priest Ironly, he was more direct to the point. That what I was reasoning when I said the solution earlier. It kind of echoes certain things I was saying, and that's why he's saying, where is the unity coming from? And like it's like likewise, I'm optimistic, but sometimes it looks far-fetched through the behavior of flesh. And all of this is flesh doing it. It's just flesh, my Lord and Empress. So all I'm saying is better will come. It might not be us right here will do it, but sense will see better. And these things have to be confounded. The dissension, the disunity, because I'm on no say, me I go level with the idea. Enough time it say, me never will stop being a priest after the other of Melchizedek. But in a mainstream, it's like I said to myself, like our prophet Benton when he made his disclaimer and he sent it out to the whole world, said, you must disconnect from the thing and the great works what that prophet do. It hurt my heart. Come here and say, look, that man they gone now and me have to go search him out personal if I want to get some knowledge. You know, because the man did have great knowledge for sure, Prophet Benton as a prophet. And when the man put out him disclaimer, said, no longer a member of the EABIC, it hurt. And I'm telling you straight up the behavior, oh, me see, sometimes I say, why? I wonder if me fi do a Prophet Benton. Because John know, brethren, that's how this place got me now, like, you know, just take with myself and go, you know, not bother with it. I just, this counselor hold me, yes, all right, but no, but from my heart, sometimes I just feel for just take with myself and just say, you know, go up on a mountain top with me and my Empress and just live it out until when the flesh gone.
Yes.
And you see, my Lord, because
yes, priest. Give thanks for your sentiments, my Lord. Priest Earl have his hand up too, so you know.
Yeah, man. Priest Earl.
Honorable, blessed Lord, give that.
Priest Earl.
Honorable Priest Earl, my Lord.
Priest Earl, unmute.
Yes, royal family. Yeah, man, do give thanks to life, you know. Yes, and you know, give thanks to the mighty life giver, you know what I mean? Yeah, thing like that. Yes, Priest Ainsley. You see, I and I who come to with the kernel of water, with heart. You know, when you come and you say you give God your heart, you know what I mean? You don't even let nothing for yourself forward. You know what I mean? That's why even with the army here, Priest Campbell, I said that him call life. You see? But you know, why I man still say what me say toward Priest Campbell with you? You know. At the strictness of the place where I come in, you know, I come see an office, government around, but the place was very strict, you know. Yet if you don't want to stay, you could have stayed, you know. But coming out of Babylon, right, you know, I search, you're confused, you know what I mean? Because a lot of that time I go through as, you know, individual. Coming out the world and something just not right. Sometimes you can't put your finger upon it. You know what I mean? Everything is just now put clear, you know what I mean? So even like how the brethren them go out with you and I wanna say, then priest I'm not see you. You know, cause something arrived. Cause you pass priest yard gate and you could have take up a phone and say, priest get yourself ready, we are come pick you up like how we used to live. You know what I mean? Yeah, so when you look and you know see I just two priests Daniel never sitting and said because him just take out a teeth. Because you know, say Priest Daniel did up. You'd have say I'm and I'd have say Mama Maisie at the moment. You see it? And yet none of the brethren them. So it is universal too. You know what I mean? Yes. So sometimes the individual them where the other call and take and send out. Man come, you know, and come like you ease back the individual them like oh me feel like you ease back already. Because you go out and me don't want to be there. Because me was one of the man who always been there. And you pass me, you don't call me. You see it? And you know, say Priest Daniel they up. You know, I man would have be there with Mama Maisie. You know what I mean? And things like that. So when you hear the honorable priest Andrew say, it's coming like I and I ask him up a river. But after the thing said for the day I talk, the way we talk, to say if we don't really give up still. Because, you know, when Job, you know, and everyone is coming in front of Jah, the devil was there too. You know what I mean? I used to say the devil get power upon him young in life, you know, him not get power upon. But anything where you see Job put him on to, if you know wise, it not work out. So we have to ask to say, I and I had the Job in this time, yeah, to see if we are going to let go after this way or stretch your hand now to a strange God. Because sometimes when you say you let go after this and you do something else, you know, my question is if I for the black world or for the oppressor them, you work for. And, you know, to that seem my way because we are talking about finance now. But me feel like the government should have did set that as I come in at the government to start about finance. But the government never set that way that the government set now. You know, you come out throw all in your heart. That means if you throw in your heart, you see it as young individual. If you know people know to guide you, to show you how to do, you know, say how many heartache you have, you know, to the right where you come to, you know. Yeah. I know the people that live here now, some of the time, yeah, we that depend the life thing, you know, and you know, we not come with the realness. We come with the people and feel good and yeah. But when you check it out now, you know, if I never the Almighty where we know in our flesh. You see, because when I look at the Almighty, I come from nowhere, you know. So I look at the Almighty is right here listening to what I say, and the Almighty in high who are talk to the Almighty, them who are listening also. You see, because as you know, me always say, it's not your life, but one life we all share in a male and female. You know what I mean? So, yeah, precisely. Um, you know, me glorify you, you come brave up and speak your heart. It may be not sound like how we want it to sound, but the reality is just the reality. You know what I mean? And when you look now, it's just a handful of individuals that got saved according to where I live. And enough individual because yes, me do want to go meet the Ghana representative. But my brethren them don't communicate with me. Yes, let me say. You know, me glorify, said them read still. But I know them communicate with Diamond, man. Me drop anything me I do, man, because he's a priest. I'm not put nothing in front of the priest office. You know, we could have do something temporarily and the priest due to come up, we put that down. Because first of all, we are priests first. And if you can't make that sacrifice, you couldn't be a priest. Because you have to go make that sacrifice as a priest now. So if you couldn't make that sacrifice, man, don't come in at the priest office. That's remain a prophet at all times. And yet the prophet have to come make the sacrifice too because you're gonna want a banner man, you're gonna want a musician, you know. So honorable priest, I feel your pain because of just one pain and a two pain, you know, a one pain I and I have got through. But all me have to just encourage you I when you see them darkness that come up, you know, I know if it's strength one another for just go and hold on, you know what I mean? Yes, car, you know, we don't see say, you know, I just see smoke. If it takes out the fire because people still eating and drinking and you know, merrymaking, you know, a time will come up and that I could stop. So any fire now, the fire doesn't blaze yet. So all I can do, I encourage my brother and my sister them say, I could go and strengthen one another, you know. You see it and just go and check about to one another. You know, if you don't hear me, you can take up the phone and call me and say, Priest Shirley Ivy, because that's how we used to live. So, you know, when I love about the man, them I go out with you still and don't hear me, my lord, because as I say again, when we go up a yard, the man them I bring in some little thing, elder council, this and that, and yet, you know, say we're gonna make the service nice. You know. When we give thanks to priest for go and all the demand them stand up and bonfire. Say I and I come carry up the service still. The man one perfect love.
To the chair,
Welcome.
to the
Empress
chair.
Trisha. Well, Mama. Well, you're next after the Empress. Empress Trisha kind of have her hand up for a moment.
Empress Miriam must be for me. Go ahead.
Go on, Mama.
And blessed love, my Lord, and Empress, and to the family, utter love and blessing. My glance is full. My eyes are full. Like it want ablukoya water come down. My heart is trembling, but I'm trying, family, to control myself. I give thanks for this topic of this reasoning. I do give thanks for all that's said and done, from each members of this meeting. It's 4 years, Monday gone, the 3rd of August, since the Honorable Priest has met his demise and has left his family. When a man take up his family at a tender age, both him and his empress at a tender age, and came to the foundation, never left anything down to the pigeon him carry. And him never left anything. And him dedicate his life, his work, his sacrifice, enough things that should be done in our lives for to live at the Congress. And to see the hard work that the priest has put down within the Congress. They could call upon him for any and everything. He sows, he build house, he do everything that a man. He was there and everything. Priest, service order, bannerman, waterman. There's nothing that the priest did not do while living at the Congress. And to see the work that he put down, and to see what his brothers and sisters have said about him when whatever happened to him, it was heart rendering. It mashed me. It mashed my heart. And I hear Priest Andrew talk. I feel his pain. I know where he's coming from, because that is where I am coming from, to be here at this meeting. If it wasn't the councils of elders that I joined to help me in my darker days, when I want to give up on this and said, this is not where I should be. If it wasn't the brothers, the elders, and the councils of elders who encouraged me when I'm struggling to my eyes, my nose, they call me and they talk with me. From the moment I answer on a meeting, they know that Empress Miriam is not in our right space. Let's call right away the WhatsApp calling to help me to go through my time of grief, dismay, sadness, and everything. And this wasn't what I came to the foundation for. It was joy, happiness, bitterness at times, but we go through. And to see what the brothers them who said that we are dealing with one love, one unity, one peace. When I came to the foundation, it was taught to me that anything Priest they say from its words of right, that's what I should say, because we are speaking in one voice. You understand? I must not say anything negative. From it is all right, say what Priest is saying. Because that is the way of the unity and love. And when I listen on social media, what the brothers them speak about, my king man, the Honorable Priest Sedley, it was distasteful. And I could walk away 100 times already and forget that I am a member of Congress. But you say the first love family, you say the first love that we came and see, never die up to today day. That's what keeping me and strengthening me so I could be together. I could be with you all together on this platform, reasoning about the Congress and the way forward. You understand? It's a lot. But sometimes I don't want to say. You understand? Parliament. There's no the Congress, the EABIC doesn't have a parliament. Get that straight. There's no parliament for the EABIC at this time. Because who said them a parliament have nothing to do with the Congress. Nothing to do with the members of the Congress. They are just gathering for themselves and nothing, no help for the Congress. But you see the councils of elders, one is looking on and looking down on. They are the one that helping the elders right now as we speak. How much barrel pre-snap is sent off for the elders them right now? Whether you're in a Congress or you're outside, whether you're bingy or whatever, you are elders in this last judgment. You see? So I give thanks to the councils of elders family. I may give thanks to the work. I may give thanks to my Congress that I came to and build me and mold me and strengthen me in the time of weakness, even the time of sadness. There are things that you could go back, that you were taught, that you could remember and strengthen back yourself. And don't give up. I don't know. I don't business what. I am not giving up. I am holding on because I know without a shadow of a doubt that one day we are going to reap the fulfillment and we are going to be the winner when we reach where we are fighting for to go. So now is the time, family. If Dada was here, his Congress couldn't be into this disarray all over. Trinidad in disarray. Well, the Congress and the foundation not so bad. But every other else place you can hear, they are not doing well. They are fighting against them one another because of power. Because of power. And not fighting together. So we could push along and reach whatever goal we are fighting for. You understand? You get me straight? And if we don't see the work of Jah and what Jah put on for it. And how him lay the foundation and every set out everything. Him say nothing hard we him never left for us to do, you know. Nothing hard. Because the man paved the way already. Him go through many a tragedy, many battle, fight everybody you can think because of us. And him say, never make him have to let us down here. But you know what him say? Him say, if it take 1,000,000 years for this repatriation to happen, it will happen. You hear what him say again? Him say, never give up hope. And always trust in God. It will come true. So you see all the ones them that are looking lean on each other and fighting each other, fighting brothers, fighting sisters, right? And not working together. Time will come where everybody have to go work together. And say every tub have to sit on his own bottom. And every man and woman have to save themselves. So me not sit down and watch Priest Earl. I not sit down and watch Priest Himesley or Sister Trisha or no one. Me, I save myself. Because me, I have to go give my own testimony when the time arrive. I don't know when that will be. I don't know, but I live because God teach me how to live. Teach me how to live. Him say we have to love one another to be perfect in love. You understand? And if we go sit down and batter and fight and cuss and lick down and push down with one another in a barrel, and we are going to be like the crab we can't come out, then is our judgment. But God not teach us that. Jah teach us the way how we must live as a people. So that's why sometimes I don't want to say anything.
Thanks, Mama.
But when I see how, we are living, and many times I sit down and cry. And my husband used to cry every night because of how the liberty is how we are live as a people. And that is not what Jah teach us. So these are my few words. I hope it makes sense to you all. Have a good day. Blessed love.
Give thanks, Mama Mias. Give thanks, Feel it from the heart.
Blessed love, blessed love.
Love, see.
Empress Miriam.
Blessed love, says.
Trust you me, I can't even say nothing after you say, because everything you say is just on point, Empress. I give thanks for your testimony,
True, my dear sister Lily.
I
We
telling
know.
you, because we've been on the battlefield, sister. We've been on the battlefield and we know it.
Yes.
And we feel it. So I'd like to contribute after you. Blessed love to the royal chair. And blessed love to all the elders.
Blessed love, Mama Lily.
Yeah, Mama Lily. You have the floor, Mama Lily. So,
Yes, Mama. Blessed love.
Yeah,
blessed
Yes,
love. I would like to say, I drop a little rest, because so it's my little rest and time from 6 when I don't pray to midnight. I drop a little rest and get up and hear priest Adigan speaking. So I miss out a little part. But I hear priest Imsley, and I hear priest Earl, and I hear priest Rasavana and priest Brown, and I would like to say I took my vow the same day when they spread the propaganda that His Majesty demise, but we know say the man just step away, and like Priest Rasawana say, he say, if this is what the people want, I am for it. So he just vacate his throne, because no one can overthrow God. He just vacate his throne and give the people their wish. And the Derg come in and kill thousands of them, But I would like to say that's the same morning, 51 years ago, that I took my vow even before BBC announced that the man make his move, you know? And when I came on the hill in 1977, that was 2 years or 3 years. I was 22 when I took my vow, and I spent my 25th birthday on Bobo Hill. And I came into heaven, my Lord. Like I was just so mystic. The day when I come to Bobo Hill, just an angel, Prophet Zaki, Sister Miriam know him, and Priest Savannah know him. Priest Earl, Priest Brown know him. Just send an angel to bring me to Bobo Hill. And from that day, I know, say, this man is God. And I came up a Bobo Hill with my whole heart and my whole soul with my son. And when I came, I meet the elders from Bakawal. And it was heaven that I came into, my Lord. Love and unity and, you know, goodness, peace, you know. There was things going on, but it wasn't to the forefront. And then between 1977, my joy was cut in 1980 when the ones from America came and they set up a committee and they ruled with rigor. I mean with rigor.
Sure.
I tell you, say, I look when I see how the elders used to treat the empress there, man, and you know, and these youths come, you know, with education without understanding. And I look at myself as a young 25-year-old, 26, 27-year-old daughter, and I say, you know what? I give them 15 years. And I can ride out this 15 years. I can see judgment by them dismantle because what they're doing is not right. And I put on my breastplate of salvation. And I hold on to salvation. And I say, live in the tabernacle, live Psalms reading. When they say turn the next cheek, I turn the next cheek. And my heart is grieving like peace. I'm saying, I say, what? I can live to see these judgment by people fall. I said, tell my daughter, father, I said, why are you battling with these? You just ride them out, man. Give them 15 years. And I was planning to give them 15 years. And at 10 years, this one go that way, that one go that way. This one say God trick them. This one say that. And I decide, you know, that I ain't gonna leave King Emmanuel. Don't care what happen. If I want a little break, I go, because they say if you just walk off the hill and giants send you give you no judgment, it's harder for you to come in. So I just be disobedient and know, say, well, this can give me a judgment. I go out there so I can reach Bahamas, never reach Bahamas. So the brethren is helping me. I say, well, if I'm helping you, better you just be with him. Because I already say that I was with him, although I was a free woman for 7 years. So I decided, you know, and I wanted a daughter. So I just said, well, let me start a family. And I got my daughter. And I told King Emmanuel, when Sister Maisie's daughter came around, King Emmanuel asked me a question. I said, my Lord, I put my hand around Annie, Princess Annie. I said, my Lord, I want one of these daughters, one of these. Because Sister Dorrit had 3 daughters. Sister Esther had her 1 daughter. Sister Maisie had 5 daughters. And I was there by myself and my son leave me. So I said, you know what? And I had Priest Rastavana, little princess, Princess Mary, Sister Martha, daughter. I kept her for about a year or 2 or so when Empress Martha went to America. I kept her, and Princess Mary was my little heartstring. So I said, you know what? I want my own. Because when Sister Martha come, she can take her daughter. So I say, you know what? Not for ease or worldly pleasure, not for fame, my prayer shall be. Gladly will I toil and struggle. But I don't want to suffer. Savior, only let me walk with thee. And I used to read by lantern Bibles, and I mean any book I could get on, I used to read when I used to be in my house for like 21 days. Because the war gets so judgment ball, Jada Bedes to send spy upon you to take a word from you. So I lock my gate, say I ain't taking it, no daughter. And that word come out to the principal, say, a empress, 2 and 3 empress could live together. So cutting the long story short, say, I know, say, they was in Gabidia. And when they leave the foundation was better. You see, from 1989 to 1995, when Jam 94 when Ja transcend, because of them caused enough of the rebellion against Ja, you know. Because just so humble and just watch them what they do. No much humble, good. First thing they do is they get rid of all the elders. Priest T gone, this one gone, this one gone. Everyone's scared. All the elders say they ain't making these because you come and oppress them. They know God, they could live. And all the elders gone. And it was so disheartening to see them youths, man, how they oppress us, son. But I say, you see me, I can stand up in this Armageddon because I was a woman soldier. And I can watch them, and I can see them fall. Now, one to talk about him a parliament. Like Empress Miriam said, there's no parliament at this judgment by the
That
EABIC.
fireball. None.
And I tell them straight to them face that them can't lead me, Sister Lily, who they come see. They can't even lead me to the bathroom because me not follow them because I was only following them because they was Jack committee on the Judgment Ball Hill. It's when Jamaica move, I was a free angel. Only one leader I have is King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, and only him I follow. That's why you see me can reach Ethiopia now. Jack tell me say he's gonna send me to Ethiopia when Sister Esther and Sister and Peace Paul come and Sister Esther get turned back and Peace Paul come to Ethiopia. He tell me when I come back from the airport that he can send me to Ethiopia. It can take some time. Let him say, take all the time you want, my Lord, because I know say one word from you, not fruitful. And I come to Ethiopia, and then I go back Bahamas to one to see my grandchildren, make them know me. And I come forward when I 60 something, you know. And I could have come to Ethiopia for my even in my 40s. But just say I want to see my grandchildren so they could know me. And I come Ethiopia, and I say I come Ethiopia, I come to rest. I ain't come here to work. I come to rest and praises because what King Emmanuel teach me, my 21 days purification. I don't even have to see nobody for weeks. From I have my food and my local security. I rest and praises. You know, when the righteous man and woman want to come out of the world, they go find monasteries. They go in the hills. You know, then you have people they call the nuns. They have a woman convent. But so I live my principle, the Bobo Shanti principle. I just hold the Bobo Shanti principle and go in my solitude and read and praise Jah. You know? And precisely, do not be discouraged, man. You ain't seen nothing yet. You gnashing of teeth. Just stand firm. Because
Yes,
this
oh,
liberty, nothing can happen to this liberty. Fresh gun
yes.
dropping. They ain't even gonna be remembered because of the atrocity they do to the house of Bobo Shanti. So everyone just be strong, man, and keep on holding on, you know? Because just say, many can talk this culture, you know, but many cannot live it. And King Emmanuel tell us a lot of proverbs that we just hold on to them, you know, we would live and see this judgment. Because not for us to transcend. And I come Ethiopia now and I love the Elder Council because it's a fellowship. And I love unity. I love unity. You know, even as a child growing up, I never play individual sports. I always play volleyball, basketball, softball, because why? I'm a team worker. You know, And I don't agree with everything that's said on the Elder Council. I don't agree with everything up at headquarters. Because I was vexed like judgment. I say, Peter, how come you wasn't there when I see the clip? I say, so where is the love? Where's that gumminess? Huh? That we supposed to love one another. Because a man go on RMO, and not even go, just strengthen brethren who doing the right. You see, when I come Ethiopia, 12 tribe, Bingi, EWF, me and all of them are brethren and sister. Because I go visit the 12 tribe. I never been EWF, but I go visit the Bingi them. You understand me? And I love all my brothers and sisters. And I can continue to stand up in this, and I getting ready to transcend, because that's why I come Ethiopian can learn. I'm not afraid to transcend. Just preparing myself, to transcend. I just want to be remembered as a humble, faithful little child, and I give thanks to
Well, Lily,
all
we're not
my
ready for your
sisters.
transcend yet. So you can go and talk about you ready for transcend. We not ready for the yet.
Oh,
No.
yeah, preparing myself, my
No.
Lord.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you, but no, we're not ready for you go yet. So nobody book that ticket there yet.
No. I said myself yes. Because you have a couple people
I
from
know, I
Bahamas
know,
say, it's
I
going
know,
to
say you're
hold on because
fearless,
they're coming
Mama.
to look for me. But my
Mama, I
Lord,
know say you're fearless. I know say you're fearless, but when I touch the place, I want to see you. Yeah, when I touch the place, then
enough people
Ain't
in
going
Bahamas say they
nowhere.
coming.
Not
Enough
going
people in
anywhere.
Bahamas say they coming and to look for me in other places. But whenever you're ready, my Lord, trust in
Right.
me. When you're ready, I can
you're not
set
ready yet.
myself.
Him send I a message and until I say I'm not ready for you yet. So just yeah, man, just buy it up. If
It
Yeah,
that,
could
man,
have
I
been
can hold
done
on, I
within
can
the
hold
day.
on, I can hold on. I never took but whenever you're ready, my
so
Lord.
you still have some work to do, You still have some work to do. You have some young princess there where need your guidance, need your
Oh yes.
inspiration.
Oh yes. Like I tell you, I have my army, them that they contact me. Like I mean, Sister Miriam gonna ride this out.
Yeah, you mean. That's
Exactly.
right. Yes, so.
Yes, so
After the unity
and the
come,
brethren them,
after
the
the unity
brethren them,
come, all of we can
y'all
try.
just stay strong. Yeah, just stay strong. We as Empress can stage. Oh, Sister Trisha, we love her can done. Sister Dion, wow. Anytime I don't have to feel down. I just meditate on she judgment, but just call me. I bought a Sister Trisha like she can. You see the Women's Freedom Liberation League? This is the best I see the Liberate Women Liberation League move. Even when me and Sister Dorit and Sister Patrona and them was doing works on the Congress and have our government and thing, we didn't have this unity with me, Sister Miriam, Sister Nishi, Sister Cindy, Sister Dion, Sister Trisha. We even see a new Sister Katura come in the group the other day. Please,
Yeah.
man, Women's Freedom Liberation League. We moving on, and give thanks for all the strength who strengthen us. And, we not give up. So, brethren, let's be with courage, and just to strengthen our heart, and wait on the Lord and do all the goodness that you could do, man, because only goodness can make us continue. And don't watch the distractors. They there are Satan army, to distract us, but don't make that distract us, man. Just hold on, have faith and hope and endurance and peace and make doubt and distrust and guile and lust and all the Goliath darkness, man. Just make them flee. And let us have the light of Daniel, the light of David, the truth and the
What's
rights
the
and the
battle
love and
line?
the purity and the perfection and make that be our guidance star, and we give thanks for our blessed Trinity and our mothers and I give thanks for the knowledge. It's a joy for me to hear about Haitian Revolution and His Majesty Constitution and send me back and forward in my books, to revive, and I could go on and go on and go on, but
Thanks,
just
man.
keep on riding on, my Lord and Empress. Just keep on, and the love is there for we one another,
Blessed love.
Blessed love,
Peace
Mama.
and love, peace and love.
Blessed love, Mama Lily May and Mama Miriam. Blessed love,
Try
Blessed
it.
Royal
love.
Your
family.
time. Your
I
time
don't,
now.
Love, love, sis.
Love. Coming behind, following the two of the item. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. And my heaven's in a whole different space now. But I have to say, give thanks. This is why Marcus Garvey said that he has no desire to take all Black people back to Africa, because there are those Blacks who are no good here and they will likewise be no good there. The words of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey.
Well said.
Where do I begin?
Blessed Lord.
I often, one second, please. I often ask the question, how is there so many, I have to repeat the word, so many intelligent people in this Congress, and the Congress is in the position that it is in? Why haven't ones come together and do what is needed to be done? Because that's what a government does. I had a conversation with a one the other day, and when you think about it, if we can do what other nations have done, other nations come together in their closed door sessions. They run, they raid, they force, they fight. We know what they're doing. They're probably even cussing guile for all we know at each other. But you see, when they get up from that table, they come with a plan. Usually we say, what's your long-term and short-term goals? You might say a year, 5 years, 10 years, but in speaking to a one, you realize that these people come with 100-year goal. That means that their goal is not for them, not for their children, but their children. And that's how they operate.
Generational wealth.
Generate, correct. We can't, while we know the past and we continue to know and understand the reasons and the how, when, where, and why, we can't always continue to go back all the time, or we will forget to move forward.
True.
If you're in a position today that you were in a year ago, there is no growth. If you seek to be in a space 1 year from today and a year from today comes and you have moved on, that means that you have grown. If you're in that same space, you have not grown. And it seems like for the last 30 plus years, the Congress have been in the same space. How do we get out of that space? What do we do to get out of that space? Do we continue to say the online parliament, and or the HQ, or is it that despite what others have said or is saying, that the Council of Elders, and this is just me and my take, just my thoughts, the Council of Elders in my eye rates have taken on the position of the moral authority, meaning to me that, and based on what the mission statement says, you come to fix the wrong and make them right, and straighten the crooked and make the crooked straight. But how do you do that with all the naysayers outside? Sometimes you just have to do what you have to do.
Cut them out.
Let's take point in case. The Constitution. While the Constitution is what the Constitution is, the original, we know, for those who have studied and the information that we have gathered, not our words, the information that we looked up, we researched and reviewed and questioned and everything, we realized that a constitution have a set of bylaws, they have a set of different things that is needed for it to be an effective constitution so that the government can run. So the council took on the charge of amending the constitution. The council never said, and I am witness to this, that it is changing the constitution. What the council said, it is amending that which is there already. That means you're basically adding the things that are needed and the things that were left out. Point in case, there are several things within the Constitution that speaks directly to the Women Freedom Liberation League and the empresses and how things should be handled for them, whether they're in a domestic abuse, whether they're doing a works outside, etc. It allows the space for all of that. Who can fight against that? Why would one fight against that? You know? So, and I go back to it. How can we be such intelligent people and we're not just doing what needs to be done? How is the government running? Okay, everyone says that the church is okay. We all know about the Sabbath service and the roll call and the psalms and the hymns and everything. Okay, fine. That is okay to that degree. Although the priests needs to have their committee to make their determinations as to how, whatever they need to do as a priesthood. I wouldn't even interject on that, even though I have my own thoughts. But how, so we're speaking basically about the government. How should the government run? Everybody's speaking about a parliament. Is a parliament seated? Parliament, we all know parliamentarian names were listed. Have they been effective? We all know they have not technically, quote unquote, been effective. Or the government would not be in the position that it is in today. What does it take and give thanks to, and I would say the Honorable Prophet Jabenton. The Honorable Prophet Jabenton, who is intelligent, have thought outside the box, have seen and realized and understand. And there are others. And there are others, because I'm sure he didn't do all the work by himself, and I don't know, but that said, well, you know, A, B, C, D, and E is missing. And then he passed the information on to members of the Council of Elders. And the members sat for hours, not one day, not 2 days, not even a week, for weeks on end, weeks with an S on end, and went through the Constitution. Made whatever changes they thought it possible, added whatever they thought that was needed, reached out to ones with the what would I say, the lawyer terminologies and so forth, asked questions, etc. Sent this document out to specific about 25 key members of this Congress, elders, and members who have the know-how, without response from many. So right now, although it's a finished document, it's still in a draft form. So how does this Congress expect to move forward and sit a parliament if they're not thinking about even putting a constitution together, looking at what is there, maybe using it, maybe amending it, maybe making whatever changes that needs to be made according to whatever, having discussions with each other. There's too many intelligent people for us to be going through this. There are ones, and Honorable Priest Ainsley, I pray I really didn't hear your speech today, but I can only imagine. I can only imagine, because we have a set of people who do not use their intellect, because we all born with intellect, that is not using their intellect for good. And I'll read a quote. Give me 1 second. And it says, anyone who may wish to profit himself alone from the knowledge given him, rather than serve others through the knowledge he has gained from learning, is betraying knowledge and rendering it worthless, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I. Not my words. Not my words. It is time to just move forward and do what needs to be done. Whoever feel like they have something on the outside to add will come into the fold. Or if they feel they want to have a meeting and have the Council of Elders come and sit with them, the council have said that a million times. If it is that the council is doing something that ones do not like, one, reach out to us and let them know. Two, invite us to your table so that we can sit and have a discussion. But is that happening? No. When is it going to happen? If we don't want to invite us and we were invited to our online reasoning some months ago at the HQ, and we were all locked out of even raising our hands to ask a question. How is that unity? How is that unified? And I must say it again, the thing about other races is that they stick together. They keep their story tight. It may not be the right story. They may not even believe their own story, but they keep their story tight. Why is it that we, as African people, as Black people, in this diaspora, in this Congress, cannot do the same thing? It doesn't take a rocket scientist. This is simple 1 + 1 mathematics. I may not know geometry, but I know 1 + 1. I know algebra. So come on, there is no reason why we cannot get this straight, why this cannot be done. It must be done because guess what? We have little prince and princesses coming up in this liberty. Do you really think I would want my little princess and my little prince, my grand princes, to come into confusion? Never. This is why many of the prince and princesses that were there before your own children decided, nah, this is not for me. This is just too much. This is too dogmatic. This is too whatever it is. They just cannot do it because we are, the just is just not happening. When does it change? How does it change? We can't figure out economics. We can't have a dollar. Okay, we have several priests that will put on transition services. Even that is a problem. Finding the money to assist a family with a transition service is the monies have to come from members. It is too many things. These things have to be rewritten. These things have to be changed, or we will never get new members who are ready to move this Congress further. And 30 years from today, we're in 2026, 2056, they might be saying the same exact thing that we are saying here now. Is that what we want? Is that what we want? Is that where we need to be? Why are the younger priests not coming in? There is too many confusion. There's too many, and this body had do this, and this body, okay, people grow. We all grow. Maybe the dogmatic ones that came in may not be as I'm going to stop just now. May not be as dogmatic right now and is ready to give back. So I'm ready to give back. So will you accept what I'm ready to give you, the food that I'm ready to feed you? Or are you going to still remember what I did 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago?
So
Come on, we have to, we are mature individuals, because I'm sure y'all don't want to lose me. I'm sure you don't want to lose Empress Dion. I'm sure you don't want to lose Mama Miriam, but it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Come on. Whenever we came up with this beautiful topic today, and we gone right back. How do we move forward from this point? What do we change? Give us solutions. We need solutions. We need ones to start throwing out the ideas so that we can brainstorm. We can't continue to bring these programs, and then when we're in these programs, we go 3 and 4 steps backward. And Mama Miriam, I'm not speaking about yourself or Priest Imsy, what you're going through. I'm not saying that. Understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that we can't continue to bring these programs without solutions. We need to be solution-based right now. My Lord and Empress, blessed Lord. I
Yes,
said,
Empress, give thanks. Yeah, I'm out for give thanks, you know.
Through the
Yeah, I
chair.
just want to say, yeah, before the next speaker, I just want to say give thanks for a platform where we could express things from our heart, the unpleasant things. You
Rastafari.
see? Yeah, because it's the unpleasant things what will make it up the truth, the honest truth, deep down from your heart, and that is what we want, you know. So give thanks, my Lord and Empress. You know, we free up we heart, you know, and express yourself, you know. Tell it like it is. Bless her.
Through the chair, my love. Honorable chair.
Yes, my Lord. Forward.
Yeah. Just fulfilling my role as administrator here. I have taken down notes here, you know, and I'll quickly go through them so I can free up the floor for others to input. I want to start with the more than 1 or 2 or 3 persons made the statement of turning aside, walking away, and all of that. That's considered surrendering, you know, and there's a policy within the army of Christ. No retreat, no surrender. Seeing? And the prisoners that we take, we rehabilitate them and make them whole. We wash them off, make them clean, and we put them back on the line. See? Yeah, just saying. Now, you know, when I look at things as Mama, most of all, Mama Lily can attest to this. When Mama Lily came in 1977, Mama Lily came and found I and I there. I and I was there from 1973. Still going to school, coming in to keep my Sabbath each week. See? So we've been there. We have saw, I and I see the various changes that took place. And I saw when, you know, what is considered the stern disciples implemented their principles and so forth and so on. Won't dwell on that. Now, for if for one, there is no competing here, just reference. If there should be anyone that feel that they should run away, walk away, I am in that list and up front and top there somewhere. See, for the things that have been labeled to I and the things that have been spread universally about I to the generation that came after that didn't even know I. See, but I and I still abide. And I still here doing the best that I and I can. And I have given 120% to my Congress. Not just of lip service, not just in the area of clapping and singing, but in every aspect of the Congress's development, in representation, in finance, in all areas, with no regrets. The only regret is to see where the Congress is today. See? Now, when we and I heard one's comment on this about coming and speaking freely on the platform. Family, as the Council of Elders, there are reasonings that are for closed door, in-house, and there are reasonings that are for the public. And part of being wise, part of learning life experience is knowing this, knowing which reasoning is for where. Okay, there is a saying, whether it's old, new, or mid age, we don't hear dirty laundry in the public, because while we feel that we have the right to speak, if you love your Congress, you will not want to defame your Congress. And for the world at large that is listening, just like in the world, it's a handful that makes the majority seems tainted. What I am saying, it is just a few among I and I that is causing the dilemma that we face. It is those empty barrels that is making the loudest noise. See? And many of those who are known as the brand name Bobo are the very ones that have walked away from the job and the duty. They are willing to share in the glory of the past, but not in the dilemma of the present. They are not willing to come to the table in this moment to address the issues that are affecting us, partly because they are fearing exposure, that their indiscretions will be exposed. Now, I am one to say that there are closed door reasonings that we must have where all things can be addressed. Not the man said, if all truth was to be known, there would be no peace. So it's not everything that is to go out to the four corners. So for those who are fearful of exposure, you have the right to call for a reasoning and a closed door reasoning, if necessary, to express yourselves, and where you will be asked questions and evidence will be given in whatever capacity. Seeing, none of I and I have the right to cast the first stone. We are all culpable in the situation that exists, because there are those who have kept silent when their voice should have been heard. There are those whose actions have added to the situation. There are those who have turned their back when they should have acted. We are all culpable. So it is, whatever the situation is going forward, it should not be to point a finger, but to rectify. As the Empress said, we would like solutions. We all know the indiscretions. We all know all the things that make up the dilemma. But what we don't know is how to solve the problem that exists, the disunity. Now, there has to come a point in this Congress where those who have the true heart for the Congress, those who are loyal to the King and the King's mission, will have to step up and take it on their shoulder and carry the weight. If we are going to wait on everyone to come to the table and to do what is needed, we will wait another 30 years, as the Empress said, or longer. The Council of Elders have made it clear, and that is just a title for a reality, family. It is not something new like people want to say their father never left no council. That is not that is wrong. That is a misnomer. The father has always relied on the senior members who he knows the way to lead the way. The title may not have been there, but the council was there and should be there. If you listen to the reading today, which as the Empress said a while ago, is not our words. This is from research, deep research that we made as the executive board to bring the information. And look forward to it, and you will see how many times the word elder was mentioned, especially in the areas where it was talking about constitution that applies to the church, applies to certain type of association. It is on the elders' shoulders where the morality reside because of the life experience that I and I as elders have gained. Not because we didn't make mistakes, not because we are perfect, but because we have gained by the longest live see the most, is what the saying says. And by living the time that we have lived, we have accumulated certain life experience and certain knowledge that goes with that. So because of that, we are the most blamable for what doesn't go right or what is to be done and not done. I will leave that alone. There are those who are trained, who have gotten the privilege, the benefit of being trained. And because of that, today they might be in a great position in their personal space, knowing how to apply themselves to achieving whatever their desires are. But to whom much is given, much is required. There is still a duty to make sure that he who trained you, their mission is complete. And the mission of the king is not complete. We have ambassadors on the continent who have been sent by the king on the king's mission, who are ill-equipped to do what is necessary. And the equipment that they need must come from I and I, the collective family. And we are not applying ourselves to achieve those equipment and to send them on where they are needed. Again, now, another point is that some of what is taking place among us is infiltration. There is, in the history of the Pan-African world, we know that Babylon is not going to allow any association that has the African interest at heart to function freely. They are going to throw roadblocks, stumbling blocks, and hurdles in our way. So there is also that component in it. There are those among us who may have been there for a long time, but they have been co-opted, polluted, convoluted in their way, and they are being used to deter the unity. And we have to identify those that are adamant against the unity. Those are the ones that we must identify and shut out. Shut out those voices out of our heads and out of our midst, so we can listen to the conscious voice who is saying, let us unite. Now, Mama Lily talk about being free after certain things happen and certain ones stepped away. I will add to that one of the things that Dada, King Emmanuel, the Black Christ, our father, did before his transition happened, when he knew it was evident, he called the gathering and he freed I and I. He freed the congregation. And he said, Even within that moment, he identified certain ones what caused problem in Ethiopia and in on the mission that were back in Jamaica. And he said even them he freed. And if I can at some point find a ticket and let them go forward, free them. See, that means don't hold no harden upon them and be like no judge, jury, and executioner. But have mercy, just like he has mercy on all of I and allow them to return. Okay. Jabenton, while Jabenton put out his song that he put out, Jabenton has never stopped communicating with Iman personally. The works that Jabenton has done, he has given Iman the freedom and the right to use them in any way that the Congress sees fit. Meaning, I am just a messenger, I am just a middleman. He did not give me sole authority or his power of attorney. He just gave I the message to say that the Congress can use whatever works that he has done on behalf of the Congress freely to advance itself. So we want that to go out globally because there are those that sit in the corner and talk some little things about the work that Benton, the documents that he did and how he can sue and other things. And these are just misnomers. Because when you do a work and the name on the work says the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, that work belongs to the Congress. No matter what servant did it, when they did it. And finally, we held in addressing the Constitution, we had open Constitution conventions, at least 3 of them, and we made it known to the entire international family. We had no list with any persona non gratas, meaning any names that were not welcome to partake. It was an open invitation to all members of the Congress to come and let your voices be heard, whether nay or yea. And throughout the convention, we tallied the yeas, and the yeas far outweighed the nays. And that's why we went ahead as a council to do what was done. And if anyone unbiasedly and open-mindedly take the time to read the document that was amended, they will see that we have not changed the Constitution. We have improved the Constitution. And that is a duty that was left to I because the man gave us St. John 14 when he left. And that book speaks to the fact that when Christ leaves, his disciples will have to do greater work than he. And part of fulfilling that mandate of Christ, the Black Christ, is to improve the areas of the Congress that needs to be improved. And one area is our guidelines. As the Empress said, we fine-tuned the area that covers the Women's Freedom Liberation League. Because while we always endear the empresses with lip service, our actions have never really complemented our words. But what we have done now, we have made it indelible by putting it in the Constitution, the rights of the royal empresses and the duties that the priests hold to make sure that we collaborate with the Women's Freedom Liberation League to create the balance within the Congress that is needed for the Congress to progress. Family, I can say more, but I will end there because I know ones might want to input as well. For those few words, I am humbly thy servant and give thanks for the privilege of addressing the council. Blessed love.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks for your words, priest. Even setting the record straight still, to give the facts of how things happen. Priest, honestly, I see, yeah, I see Praise Knuckles come in the virtual space, you know. So make him go on before you and then you'll
Okay.
come in after, right?
No, no problem, Priest.
All right, all right. Honorable Praise Knuckles.
Blessed Lord, my Lord.
My Lord, yes, sir.
Can you hear me, my Lord?
Yes, my Lord, I'm hearing you. Good time to hear your voice, my Lord.
Rastafari. Give thanks also, my Lord. We give thanks to life today and this opportunity to address my royal family, Council of Elders, once again. I've been driving and still driving still. So I have to wait until I did second to get tuned into the Zoom. I was listening on the YouTube, you know. I give thanks to every word that has been said. Me and a bridging that talk often sometimes we have to unpack because the time that we have spent on the hill and our life in this tradition, sometimes we have had to suppress a lot of feelings sometimes, and sometimes you have to let it out, you know. And I give thanks to the message Priest Rasavan I give to Honorable Priest Ainsley. I share the same thing. My Lord, we all have to go through this individual persecution and um crucifixion in a sense spiritually to throw away the old version of ourselves and renew, you know. I just want to say, my Lord, yeah, I hear you, I hear your voice, I hear your pain, and we are sharing the pain. That's why you have to speak it today, you know. I know it's not hopeless. This cause is never hopeless. No matter how it may look, the victories assured us of good over evil. And I'm not trying to make things oversimplified. But when sometimes you have to step back and see the real bigger picture, or sometimes the circumstances that you are going through can make it seem like there's no victory to be had. Given the attendance of Ghana president to Jamaica, and I saw my brethren them there, glorious in their apparel and their presence. And I give thanks to the work of the brethren them on the hill. I give thanks to all brethren that's still working within this kingdom to attain unto the right and the victory. Sometimes in our thoughts, we'd like to see it done today. I remember having a conversation with the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards in about 1981, 82, on crucifixion day, and the man them a come up the hill, the police them and run go up there. We go tell him what he already knew. And in reasoning with him, I say something about the struggle that we have to go through for this right and how long, you know? And look how long the father I tried, and I struggle with all of these things. And yeah. And him said to me, say, my lord, you know, there are some yet unborn. Listen this, you know. There are some yet unborn to come and do a great work in this task that we are trying to accomplish. So as the priest said earlier, we have to try humble ourselves. And that doesn't mean accepting wrong and folly. Eh? But you can't move certain barriers until the time appointed for that to be moved. I remember one time I come on the reason and I was sort of angry and I said some people are for dead, but this get better. And it sounded harsh. But in reality, spiritually, you have some spiritual personalities that have to die to move out of the way for the younger ones to grasp a greater liberty within themselves. Some are just barriers. Some are used by the devil. The Father said the devil not have no power, you know, except what we give him. And some have adopted personalities and habits and ways that are hindrances to the movement of unity amongst ourselves. In reality, if you ask the same question of the OAU, the AU is the same struggle, multiple layers of difficulties to go through. But then the visit of the president to Jamaica should be a little assurance to us that bit by bit we are getting there. The victory of the young leader in Burkina Faso telling us that bit by bit we're getting there. And the manner and government that he has established and the way that he's going. You have at least 10 other nations, other states on the continent that have adopted the same principle. Just like how Marcus Rise and Black man in all different places adopted the philosophy, African fundamentalism. So sometimes we have to just straighten each other with good words. Don't give up. Your sister Honorable Empress Lily, I must keep referring to all the father teacher for honor the Empress them. Honorable Empress Lily, Honorable Empress Maisie, you know? Yeah. Say something about the unity that she has achieved with the few. And we can look at that amongst ourselves, the handful of us that are still within that love and that unity. And not at the whole heap that's still in a disarray. Because they too shall pass, something shall pass, all of these things shall pass. Because we are going to win. Because we have the Lord behind us. And his work we're doing, you know. So we have to just straighten ourselves from a meditation, hold fast, never let go. God bless us one and all. My blessing to the Royal Council. And all that can hear this message, you know. Yeah. We are winning. One day at a time, you know. And some of us might not be in the physical form to see the victory. But we should not despair about that. Marcus Garvey say, if you don't see me at the day of redemption. So him didn't know. So too, we have to hold fast on that, you know. It is our grandchildren and stuff that we are fighting for. That them have a freedom and a redemption, you know. Yeah. So hold fast and never let go, my Lord and Empress. Heart of love to one another. Blessed love.
Thanks for your contribution, please.
That's the fact.
Priest Emsley.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for all good words. Give thanks for the matriarchs and patriarchs who are on this platform and worldwide. You know, together we are strong. I glorify all good words. It has certainly soothed some of the pain that I felt this morning. You know, like-minded people. They know say we're not imagining, you know, and we're not power seekers or power hungry people. We really is trying to make a positive move and a positivity uh, expressions in our actions. So I give thanks for everyone. I didn't mean to come and change the conversation, you know, but I dread give thanks to hear the outpouring. And I dread stand resoluted with the Honorable Council of Elders and the EABIC on a whole, and the Church of Divine Salvation. Because Jade tell me he was waiting for and I. Him personally tell me that. Say, yeah, mama, I wait for the item, you know. So I and I could have never really give up. You know, we have a spirit here where, you know, me very resolute in what me stand for, but sometimes even that get a little shook. So I give thanks for the iron sharpening iron and moving forward. my lord, I would have say that we make some copy, we say constitution and send out some copies of the complete versions. Make it be known, let people read it and let them tell me what wrong with it. We have to be a little more aggressive with that running, say, to how me see it. And as I say, give thanks for each and every one, my lord. I'm feeling love, Rastafari.
Love
Blessed
you,
love, my lord.
precisely. Love you, my brother.
Rastafari.
Yes, I.
Feel the love, Empress. I
Oh,
feel
you
the
mean?
item,
And that's right, man. True love,
And
oh,
sometimes,
true love.
and sometimes we don't take your apology because it was needed. My lord.
Yeah?
We say we don't accept your apology because no apology was needed. You had a feeling, you
My
shared the feeling amongst your family, so your family could soothe the feeling, my lord. That is the duty of the family. So give thanks.
my lord.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
we don't just feel the love, we feel the pain too.
Exactly.
my lord.
Yes, my
My
lord.
lord.
Yeah. Yes, my
Rastafari.
lord and empress. Bubba Ken hand is still up. I don't know if he could unmute.
We didn't ignore your Baba Ken. We've been calling on you, but we never hear you respond. That's it.
That's all right. I had to go by one of the elders to get some water. The item here, could hear me?
You're better than most times, but still not
I want
loud
to give
enough.
thanks. I
Better
just
than
give thanks to Jack. It was a necessity. You check and give thanks that Jah had me under precisely tutelage because I feel what the priest said this morning, and I feel it also because I use one of them platform to express myself to a sister who locally is a local artist that very dear and close to me. Enough time we sit down and reason it always on a higher level of meditation, like how this reasoning be. But then through the Sabbath day and we don't really listen to reggae. She had an album debut yesterday. But when the album come out, the album kinda like touch on the things I've been saying for the past few months on them same platform. And at the end I want an audience for myself because I ain't even reached my priesthood yet. And precisely could tell you I deny my priesthood more than once, not only because of my collarbone, but because of my aggressive behavior. I got street tendency, and then it's something me and precisely talk about. That's really why I raise my hand. I dealing with spy technologies here. As a Rasta man, I grew up growing marijuana, hustling marijuana, although it legalized here in the Virgin Islands. Police still giving we a hard time. So when I get on them platform to talk to the local entertainers and artists, only them, it's some of the bobo them, my family, whoever could help me get these camera from around here, cause they only messing up my street hustle. It messing up my life and the whole. When I go into sleep, all in my sleep, people watching me like I done a baby monitor. And forgive me for the elders, Priest Knuckles, Priest Brown, Priest Akil, Priest Saul, for, getting personal during the reasoning, but maybe precisely I don't have to call you another day, so maybe, you could get with them other elder priests, and last week Priest Alumni had no vehicle to come for me, and that's why he ain't come for me today, but let me have patience and still log in, because even if I ain't able to say something, it's still, some kind of constructive criticism that I could gather from the IDM teachings, as the IDM been leading me for the past 31 years or so, you know. And my Lord and Empress, through it coming close, I don't want to take up too much time because a lot to be said. And before I let my emotions get the best of me and go on to a topic where I, put on them social media network, I going leave the floor open for another angel to speak freely if they have to. Blessed love, royal family, my Lord and Empress. May Jah through Christ bless the item and all the item loved ones with good health and all strength, all safety, all guidance, and all divine protection eternally. And Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari. Yes,
Honorable,
yes, Honorable.
man, strength to strength, Honorable Bubba Ken, you know. Yeah, man, I is here when they I need to, you know, there's a song, you know, lean on me when thou
Yeah,
art
I
not.
gonna let Priest simply organize it through he been my lead and Priest when I get anointed, you know.
Give thanks,
I
give
did
thanks.
I with the years I've been around Priest Salamna for like 20 something years and didn't accept no turban. Only when I come Philly, you know. Give
Yeah,
thanks.
man, in good hands, my lord. You're in good hands. The Honorable Chair is a capable man and a article man. So you're in good hands.
Give thanks, Shanti, my lord.
I will just quickly say something before I let go the chair forward. As helping co-chair today. I was speaking with the Honorable Boris Babu in Ethiopia, and he shared something with I, and I nearly forget to share on the platform here. Um, he received a call from one of our honorable brothers in South Africa, Priest Moja, not Ijamorn, Priest Moja. That's the brethren whose empress was murdered a couple of years back, maybe 2 years or so back. You know, and give thanks to hear that the brethren is still active and still engaging in Congress business. Now, the reasoning from the brethren is that the parliament, you know, and I will just say the other parliament because I don't want to be derogatory in any way. Precisely, has set a principle that I and I must be impeccable with our words. So I will yield to that. The other parliament is doing an injustice to the levity. And why I say this is because people like the brethren and others are tuning in to them from time to time from the continent. And these are innocent minds in the sense that they have not walked with the Father. Most have never even touched the camp at 10 miles Bull Bay. But they are heretical young Bobo coming up in the levity. And the other parliament is weakening their resolve with their attitude and their tutorship. Because in the Brethren's expression, he's saying that what he gets, this is his take, and I know a lot of us share the same sentiment, is that they are not facilitators of unity. It is more like my way or the highway type of attitude. And within our brotherhood, maybe we lack the understanding of what a brotherhood is. Pardon me, a brotherhood is a fraternity where we share each other's well-being. You know, we are our brother's keeper and our sister's keeper within the brotherhood and sisterhood led by the Christ. And if we are not doing that, then we are not of the disciples of Christ. Because the question was asked and answered, you know, how do you know the disciples of Christ? And the answer was by the love that permeates from them. Meaning that when you encounter a disciple of Christ and you spend no matter how little of a moment engaging them, you leave feeling better than you did when you met them. And you leave feeling because you feel a sense of pure love, the purity of love. See? And we cannot say we are expressing the purity of love when we refuse to sit and reason at the family table because we might share different opinions. There's a whole saying again, you know, we love saying, you know, following on the heels of Priest Imsy, who come up with the greatest of sayings from time to time. You know, 7 brothers, 7 different minds, which means that we are individual thinkers. And your approach might be different from my approach. But the end result is what we all share. We want the betterment for our Congress and our people. And in seeking that betterment, we are willing to share those difference in opinions and ideas so we can come out with the best one to move forward and achieve the objectives. My Lord and Empress, back to the chair.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. The floor is open, and floor is free, you know.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, I have up my hand.
Oh, Mama Lily, I don't see your hand up. You can freely speak. Yes.
Blessed love. I would like to say that Honorable Prophet Benton is a student of Honorable Elderly and Priest Blyden, who has sojourned. And when I left the hill in 1995 and came forward to the Bahamas, a lot of youths from the island named Grand Bahama came into the camp. And that's what started the camp to get strong. And Prophet Benton was not in the camp, but he was taking counsel from Priest Blyden. And he was in Miami amongst Priest Rastavana them doing the works. So I like to say give thanks, for Honorable Priest Blyden, who transcended with Honorable Priest Zebulon Anafo from Burkina Faso, known as Priest Zebi, two great, patriarchs. And I'll also like to say, give thanks to Priest Edley, everything Sister Miriam said was, true about that man, because trust you me, that man and I was very close, that people all even doubted him, and Empress Miriam just stand up and say, no, man, that's just the Lily Brethren, man, because he loved his sisters. He loved his sisters. And when he was going through our tribulation, he would make coconut because he used to do coconut works and coconut, beetroot, and carrot and send us in the house when he was, in our greatest need, I would say. And I give thanks and glorify, for all his good works, And also, like, on the behalf of the Women's Freedom Liberation League, remember our dear beloved sister, Sharon, who was brutally,
Taken from us, yes.
That gave me a breakdown, a nervous breakdown. That's why I got afflicted in Ethiopia, because I remember that the first time Sister Sharon, behold His Majesty King Emmanuel Charles Edwards in the flesh, was the last time I behold him in the flesh, And every time I would go up on the Bobo Hill, every 6 months, I would stay. When hurricane blew down my house, I would stay with Sister Sharon, And once they tell me, say, come go up my big house. I know, say no. I'm gonna stay with Sister Sharon, And I love Sister Sharon deeply, that I grieve that it even affect me, like reading my Bible, not my Bible, and um not the Apocrypha, anyway, it's one of these many books that I have that say that, when even Jesus Christus was going to the temple of Sun in Egypt, that when he went into the temple of the dead, it say we are doing a disservice to God, when we are grieved, because that is only a vessel, the spirit, the holy breath, has gone on. And Preacher Savannah, I give thanks and glorify for your little black book, Marcus Mosiah Garvey Utterances. I read it the other day, reviving myself, and I say, the mind, The mind create and the mind destroy, you know. And I give thanks, you know, for all who was said and done on this elders council. And, you know, I'm just learning the constitution. Tell you the truth, you know, and I give thanks for the teaching, you know. You're never too old to learn. I
Right.
give thanks to each and every one. And I was meditating last week or the week before when the chairman now, the deputy chairman who's doing the chairman work now, said something. Every time I read in my Psalms, it come to me that, you know, we don't know what we have. And it's the truth. Because we would know if we know what we have, we would more holy be, you know, and live and love that we could have the gift of eternal life. As I always say, King Emmanuel came and did three works. Though His Majesty is might of the Trinity, King Emmanuel came as Melchizedek and bring his foundation from 54B Spanish Town Road until he reached upon Mount Teman Hill, you know, Jerusalem Schoolroom, the city of the north. If you ever go to Jamaica and you look on a 9 Mile bridge and look up at that foundation with the red, gold, and green, you can see heaven, you know? And he came. I'm a witness to this one. He came as Father Moses. After he came as Melchizedek and set his righteous kingdom, Jerusalem schoolroom, he came and fulfilled the works of Father Moses. So all the Rastafari houses, you know, the Bobo Shanti is the one that take the Sabbath day serious, you know. And King Emmanuel came and taught us how to keep the Sabbath day holy because I am a witness, like Isaiah 43 say, you know, he came and he chose us, you know, that we could understand and know that he is the I am, you know. Before him there's no God and after him there shall be none, you know. And I'm a witness, you know, that this man keep his Sabbath par excellent, you know, diligently, you know. And every week we will wash his clothes, his Sabbath clothes, iron it, and get it ready for the next Sabbath. By Wednesday, we're supposed to be finished, you know? And we'll fix up his house on Friday, and it's a joy. When you look at that bedroom in a full whites, and it's a glory, you know? You could be in heaven if you could put yourself in heaven. And he also came now, because I was listening to his speeches, because I have my little boombox. I listen to the Naya Bingi and his speeches and just go forward into, you know, what I lived on 54 10 miles Bull Bay. And he came, you know, Melchizedek, Father Moses, and the Black Christ, because he keeps saying, you know, the Black Christ, you know, and he keeps saying, Hail I, you know, because only King Emmanuel could say that. But I hear a lot of people say Hail I, but only King Emmanuel could say Hail I, because it's him. And he came with the resurrection. And we just go on like we here forever and do all kind of things and no say that everything is written down in the book of life. Pass me not, O gentle Savior, hear my humble cry. While on others thou art calling, do not pass me by. And every day the Melchizedek order give us say, when the rollers call up yonder, I'll be there. You know, on that bright and golden morning when the dead in Christ shall rise and the glory of his resurrection share. When the Savior of earth shall gather on over shore, when the rollers call up yonder, I'll be there. And I always remember Sister Miriam when I sing in this part, because I sing this every morning. You know, that it's say now what it say? It say when the saints go marching in, oh when the saints go marching in, oh Lord, I want to be in that number. Oh when the saints go marching in. You know, I always remember Sister Miriam because you know she could sing it better than me. So I always draw her up in the mornings when I sing in that and say, you know, I'm working, you know. for a mantle, a robe, and a crown. You know? And Psalms 84 say, it's better you be a doorkeeper in the house of the Lord than to dwell in tents of wickedness. So all we could do as servants, you know, is just try to do our best and live good. Like Priest Rasavana says in John 14, love ye one another, because that is the greatest. All the great works you do, even you do greater works than Jah, if you don't have that love and that purity, that faith and that hope, you know, you can miss your name, you know. Touch my finger on the golden pen, you know, write my name up there, you know, in the book of life, you know. Even Psalms 87 say, you know, it is written that this and that man is born on her, you know, and the highest himself, you know, will establish, you know, the kingdom of God, and his majesty came as the highest himself, and him and her majesty laid a firm foundation in Ethiopia, that we have one of the best airlines in Africa, Ethiopian airline, very profitable. And his majesty, although Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, finished the dam and Gojam, the River Nile electric, the hydroelectric dam, that even Kenya could buy electricity from us now. That was His Majesty idea, you know, and he gave us education. That's why I say this man and this woman laid down a solid foundation for Africa, that even Burkina Faso even follow in it, because Kwame and Nkrumah and Burkina Faso, Ghana and Burkina Faso is like brother and sister. That's why Honorable Priest Zebulon was reincarnated. And His Majesty gave his palace, even today, is a university, you know, college. And Ethiopians is one of the most educated, you know, people in Africa, you know, because everywhere you go, you know, they speak English, because English is the economic language now. It was French, but he turned it now, because in the schools now that all the children them take English compulsory. So I give thanks and glorify for this Congress and each and every one. You know, I try to live love, you know, and I love each and every one. I try. I'm not perfect in love, you still, but I'm working on it, you know. And I give thanks that God give me life that I could work on it, you know. And I give each and every one who's on this platform and who's listening, even, you know, on the YouTube, you know, just love and love and more love and more love and, you know,
Thanks. Thanks,
even
Mama.
those who like the online parliament and all them, I don't hate them. But the works, you know, that this unity thing, you know, that's what I don't like. Because just he ain't come to fight against flesh and blood, you know, and Jah love all of us.
Neither principalities and power.
True Empress Miriam. And Jah love all of us, and Jah is good to all of us. And all of us are one, and none ain't higher than none. In God's sight, He's not a respecter of person. And I give thanks. Oh, I love my sisters. I tell you, I get up in the morning and look for Empress Afua, you know, devotion. And I give thanks. And Sister Trisha always pushing us and say, bless the love and freedom of liberation league, what y'all saying, y'all have any topic. And I give thanks to the Women Freedom Liberation League and Sister Miriam. Mr. Miriam, why you stop sending your voice messages, man?
I just, no, I don't stop. It's just, everything is just time. Yeah, Mama Lily. I'll be.
Your eyes look forward to them, you know. So
Yeah.
continue and give thanks to Sister Dion with her local, you know, and Sister Kishmet and Sister Nishi and Sister Cindy, and
Yes,
give
Mama.
thanks to each and everyone. My heart is overflowing with love right here now. So I could talk till tomorrow, but sure I know so other people have something to say, and
Yeah, to the chair.
Yes, peace
Give
and
thanks.
love.
Thanks for your love, Mama. Give thanks.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mama.
Mama Lily. Thank
Mama
you.
Miriam, you know,
Yes,
boy?
thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Honorable Chair. I'm not going to stay long. Mama Lily, I've said it all. I really give thanks, especially you talk about my king, because you was there with him, you know how he lived, the kind of person that he is, loving, kind, gentle. So I thank you, Mama, to refer to my king. You always be my king. Give thanks. And give thanks.
Your mic muted. Your mic muted.
So you didn't hear anything I say.
Mute sound a while.
Okay, I was just saying that I give thanks, for all that Mama Lily have said, especially she speak about my king. True, she knew him, she lived with him, she know that he's a kind, gentle, loving, and him love him sisters them. And he will do anything for them to help them. So thank you, Mama Lily, for, talking about Honorable Priest Headley. And I just want to give thanks to the councils of elders today, and the topic I know everybody speak. I give thanks, of each and every one. And thank God there's no negativity was on this program. Everybody come and speak their truth, and we give thanks to each and every one. And remember, unity is a must, right? And that's what the other teach us. They never teach us to fuss and fight amongst each other. That teach us love. And love is the first commandment, you know? And as him said in his chorus, together we walk, together we talk, and together we wash one another's feet. Some people say we have no need, but I and I, Rastafari family, is keeping the Lord's commandment. Enough of the Baba Shantis walk away from the commandment and doing things in their own selfish deed. But I thank God for those who are still standing tall, and keeping the commandment, keeping the Sabbath holy, and reaching out to their brothers and sisters with love. Because remember, love conquer all. Understand? So I just want to bless you. Oh, when the saints goes marching in, when the saints goes marching in, oh, I would love to be in that number. Yes, when the saints goes marching in, I and I the saints, and God know we are going marching in. Keep strong, family, and have a beautiful week. God bless you all, and bless the love, my Lord.
Thanks, Mama.
Bless the love, Mama. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Mama really brought up two names that we have, and I'd like to just shout out same way and add to what she said. Um, Honorable Priest Zebi from Ghana, and Honorable Priest Blyden. Both I knew. Honorable Priest Blyden and I were close. We shared a respect because he was a very hard worker within Congress affairs. He was also one of the first members of the ambassador program, which is supposed to be the foundation of the parliament. When the father called the first ambassadors meeting, I was there and he was there. He came in with the Honorable Priest Rickman and a brethren called HB. I don't remember his full name. He was Prophet HB at the time. Mama Lily might know who it is. But he came in, it was about three of them, four of them came in. Also, one of our brethren from Miami, senior moment. Don't remember his name at the moment. But anyway, I would like to join in with Mama Lily in honoring the Honorable Priest Blyden as a stalwart from the Bahamas branch who contributed immensely with his intellect. As she said, he mentored the Honorable Prophet Benton and transferred that type of attitude
to the brethren, that the brethren became also an intellect in the governmental space. I don't think there's many Bobo Ashanti who understands the parliamentary procedures and government like the Honorable Prophet Benton and like his mentor, Honorable Priest Blyden. And Priest Zebi, yeah man, continue to watch over I and I as part of the ancestors. You know, he was the one that ministered around the gravesite when we were laying the father down. So I and I can never forget the Honorable Priest because he was braver than most, because everyone kind of was in our moment and most ones were confused, never dealt with death in that way, you know. So he was used to that from Africa, used to libation, used to dealing with the transition of, you know, ones and ones, and he stepped up to the plate around the gravesite. I'm not talking about the service that Honorable Priest Earl was master of ceremony of, but around the gravesite. So we will not forget those two names as I and I continue to grow and develop as a Congress. Blessed love, Honorable Chair.
Yes, my Lord. Yes, good. Thanks for that highlight of the two honorable priests, you know. Yes, my Lord and Empress. So I think we're coming down to the final black hour just now. So I think we could take some closing remarks. You know, I want to say something still, you know. Psalm 15 would say, he that swear to his own hurt and change it not, put it out his money to usury, he that doeth these things shall never be moved. And they say, he that swear to his own hurt and change it not. That is what we are expressing today. That means to say, you make a promise, you make a vow, an oath, and no matter the pain or the hurt that you go through over the years, you still hold the faith. You still hold to the promise, you know? And this is what we are expressing today. You see, so this is our sentiments, and we all feel each other pain. And as the priest was saying earlier, we all have to go through something. They say no pain, no gain. You see it? Yeah. So the trials and the crosses in our way, you know, but after the battle, sweeter the victory. And I would to listen to Mama Lily speak with such love after all that she went through and all that other ones went through, who she know. And Priest Ainsley and Mama Miriam, you see it, and all who never talk what they could have talk. And we still here. We still here holding the faith, holding on to the promise. And we are not doing it. We are doing it willfully and with a good heart. And you know, we are not feeling like to say, oh, it's a burden. You understand? We still did the burden light, whatever we felt it light. Man say my yoke is easy. You see it? The burden is light. You see it? So give thanks, my Lord and Empress. We have to honor ourselves, honor we one another for where we come from and where we reach today, everything we went through and everything we felt and what we still feeling. And we still hold, you know, to the Father, Heavenly Mother side, you know, the balance, you know. So give thanks, my Lord and Empress, you know, and the floor free, floor open for closing remarks and sentiments, you know. Blessed.
Big up the family at 10 Miles Bull Bay as they continue to do the best that they can do. It might not be the ultimate. Continue to do the best that they can. So we big them up for being on the job. You know? Yeah, Honorable Priest Morgan, Honorable Priest Robbie, Honorable Priest Fliego, Honorable Priest Donovan, and all the supporting cast at 10 Miles Bull Bay. Saying, yeah man, we are here as the Council of Elders to assist in any way that we can And that goes out to the international family. We are one father's children, one mother's children. We might differ in approach, in opinions, but we carry the one heart of love for I and I, Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari.
Those are my
And to the
close,
chair.
blessed love.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mama.
Yes, ma. Yes, Honorable Priest, give thanks to the Honorable Chairman. You have did well, Honorable Priest 7. I glorify and I give thanks, okay?
Oh,
Yes.
give thanks, Mama, for the
Yeah, my
acknowledgement.
Lord. Yeah, my Lord.
Excellent.
And
Thank
I
you.
just give thanks, Priest. And I just want to say, enough respect to my son, Honorable Priest Daniel, that he's not there in himself of self, but that is there. Because through Daniel, Honorable Priest is carrying his work. He's ministering, he's playing the music, and he's going out with the honorables them. And he take part in anything the Congress is doing, celebration, reason, anything that is happening within the Congress. My son, daddy's son, Priest Edley's son, is still there. And his grandson is still in Antigua playing the music, playing the kete, and give thanks for that. And they are strengthening us, as they go from day to day. And one day, trust God, I will return to my service. So I just want to give thanks to each and every brethren, give thanks that the tabernacle door is still open. Psalms reading in the morning, the jump sound are stroking 21, 3 times a day, 21 Psalms is reading. And the gates are open. The gatehouse is there to welcome visitors near and far. So we just have to strengthen the honorables, them up there. They are in few numbers, but God is strengthening them. So we just have to pray for them, and give thanks to Jah for the few of them that are there. And hope and pray that one day everyone will return back to Bobo Hill. Because that's where we were born, That's where we know about turban and robe, you know. Yeah, we give thanks, you know. Trust God, everything will be everything in time to come. Just need strength and power and unity amongst I and I. Give thanks, my Lord. Blessed love.
To the chair,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
my Lord and Empress. I would like to first give honor to the Honorable Priest Headley, who is not with us at the moment, who I first met in 1981, and he created such a positive impression in my heart. The way how I saw him move them days, he was Prophet Headley. The way how he played
Yes.
the full day, he had such a regal way about him. He not slouch. Him back always straight, and him always, and then I come and I spend a moment with him in Trinidad here, and the priest always carry himself royal, always
My
on the
Lord.
mission of the king. And I saw, the way how he dealt with his family, and it always impressed me. Because I met him in 1981 with Empress Maisie, and I come and met him in 2000 and something with Empress Maisie. Said way, enough respect, So I give
Lord.
thanks for that. Give thanks for
We
the
thank
honorable chair who gave a nice, chair the meeting properly. And to all ones and ones on the YouTube and around the world, the message from the Council of Elders is that unity is our only accepted goal. If a friend tell a friend, the Council of Elders really saying they would have liked to sit down and reason with everyone, The narrative is that what we want to be going out. We not come to take over, we not come to rule no one. What we really would have liked to see all of us on the table. To the online parliament, the them have an influence. You have a deep influence in ones and ones. Come and let us reason together. If two of we come together on a collective meditation, everything done. But the them have an influence. And the council of
Mm,
elders have an influence also. So if we
mm,
can put them two influence together in one commonality, and I believe we have more in common than in disagreement, you know. So that message going out worldwide. Anyone listening could always relay that message. The council of elders have a stretched out arm still. Most High, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, and give thanks to each other
Alright.
on this beloved council of elders, my Lord and Empress. You know, we are
thank
doing a
you,
good thing.
Chairman.
We're making each other feel good about ourselves. And that's what we come to do. Make a man and a woman feel good about themselves. Give
Thank you,
thanks,
my
my Lord
chairman.
and Empress. Blessed love.
Thank you, my
Yes.
chairman. Thank you, priest.
Where the chair?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
honorable. Oh, go ahead, please. Okay.
Yeah, man. One perfect love royal family. Yeah, man. The father always say, oh, I live among yourself. Sometimes, you know, it become the weakness, you know, of the Almighty, where that say God, you know. But when you take Babylon, you know, even the weakness of God still stronger than Babylon. You see it because if Babylon is doing overtime, you see it because we see, you know, the honorable prophet did came and prophesy. You know, that man could have rallied to the foundation. You know, when I see take place in Ethiopia, 72 nations, 72 heartbeat, you know. So no mistake, no really I make, you know. Yeah, so um, you know, we see the prophet did came without the prophet you would see the vision, give thanks that I see the vision, you know, and still, you know, a vision, the vision, you know. So give thanks, you know, for the King of Kings, because without the King of Kings, when Mussolini come up in Ethiopia with him poison gas, he take such vengeance, you know, for 1896. You see, it's still a vengeance from 1896, you know, where, you know, the little army, you know, where them that say the primitive army beat such a modern army with modern weapon and, you know what I mean? Yes. Well, I go and know them never really know the land neither. So no, but them map where them they have was even correct. You know what I mean? So we do give thanks also for Melchizedek, you know, the high priest, you know. Yeah, the man where I man come monks out of the other two individuals, you know what I mean? Because of the, you know, the high priest, you know, me that vision directly, you know, to come amongst this man, because me that get a vision where, you know, it always happen the said way, this vision, you know. And at the Melchizedek, I'm on that say. And I realize, you know, it was in a high, I see the man, it wasn't out high, because everything was in high, you know. Yeah, no, I do give thanks again for the honorable priest also, where he's still in house, just like how Emmanuel in house. You know, the honorable priest said we, you know, I man ever try to, you know, carry the humbleness there. You know what I mean? When him come to I sometime Friday evening and say, you know, we see that the service open. I do look on it and I see it as a honor in myself. You know what I mean? Yes, you know, say. A man could have come and call you and say, pick you up the service. So sometimes a man not see the honor, you know, that enough never master the order. You see it? Yeah, enough never master the order. You know, that a man could have even come calling, you know what I mean? And really and truly the order I got to enough never cure neither. You see it? So, you know, I was feel so honored when the priest could have come call and say, I know Friday evening up at the time in the foundation. A man that say that was a tired evening, you know. But what I know about the Almighty, you can't tired up yourself, huh? Your duty. Because all of the other duty, them was our duty. You know, if down the kitchen we go, that's still our duty. You know, if a broom field, that's still our duty. Our one duty the Father did have for himself was the service. So most of the time we tired up ourselves on our duty, and when it come on to the father part of the king, man say him tired. You know what I mean? And I man just see it come away, say we tired up ourselves on our duty. And when it come on to the father part, I'm gonna a walk. I look a guard, I look priest, and all type of thing like that. So, we have to pay respect to the honorable priest, the third of this month, yeah. You know, in Johnson, although we never get the honor, to preside, over the service. You know what I mean? But give thanks that we could have still take the honor to preside over with different brethren them. First of all was King Emmanuel. You know what I mean? And if we could have preside over King Emmanuel, why, preside over the other temple that King Emmanuel built and did live in. You know what I mean? So, we not really follow stupidity, but the question is how we can get the brethren them now and the other sisters them that will come in our one. So it may be not this elder council, so we still await from them to tell us, where I and I if we do. You know what I mean? Because the longer we wait, the more danger I and I are in, because don't feel like the Babylon are not at their table, building more guns and bombs to destroy I and I, the contrast one, because them don't have them different, pill, whether them say the blue pill or the red pill, and I in danger who are trying to push this consciousness, yeah, and everyone over the centuries who are trying to push this consciousness, yeah, are in danger. So I who are here, if under the Almighty, Babylon would still wipe you out, because if under unity, we are going to use, our sons and daughters to make ourselves strong. I mean, so the unity amongst us, so we can see how weak we are. So if it wasn't the Almighty, we wouldn't have no hope. But do give thanks that the Almighty, as the man said, the mountain around about Jerusalem. So the Almighty around about I and I as sons and daughters, because you can't see it for the reality, because what's stopping us from coming together. All right, if you say the elder council, but remember, say the elder council was here all the while, and we still never come together. See, from 94, the father make him move, and give thanks, yeah, and I will hold it. I and I will try to carry it even further, Yeah, man, one perfect love, royal family, and us. Give thanks to good reasoning, because some of the time we have no other solution more than go together, because any other solution we are going to come up with, make it work. One perfect love.
One perfect love, honorable priest. Give thanks for all participants, all who came forward today to today's priest reasoning on defining what is a constitution and the various kinds of constitutions, understanding the construct of the EABIC, and also building generational wealth. Give thanks to the honorable leading empresses, Mama Lily, Honorable Empress Lily May and Honorable Empress Miriam, for always being here, always being present, and always guiding I and I forward. Give thanks to all ones on this platform, Honorable Priest Earl, Honorable Priest Savannah, Honorable Priest Knuckles. It's always a pleasure having you, pop in every time that you can. We know that you're busy in your space, Honorable Priest Knightley, and all priests and prophets and empresses on this platform. Honorable Empress Nishi was on earlier. Give thanks also to our online, those members or those ones that are online. We had about 12 members online today. So give thanks to Enotnai at ENOTNAI, Ayaras, Beriso Ras 7704, the Right Honorable Priest Isaac, Blissful 7648, and Honorable Priest Iman Peters 1205. Give thanks for the item being here with I and I as we move forward and we move up and forward in this Congress. Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress. The thanks, Honorable Priest Adagan and Priest Brown, I saw your hand up. You can take a moment still to give a closing word if you still want to speak. Praise Ardogan, you can go first.
My Lord,
Then
and
Praise
Empress,
Brown.
do give thanks
Yes.
for the moment, you know. Give thanks for even being given the honor and approach and asked to be a member of this elder council still, So it's an honor, and heart goes out to priest Empress Maisie, Empress Miriam and family, and Priest Edley, you know. Just a brief moment we did have with him, in the Billy man first red, I think, banner turban, Yeah. And, so give thanks for the man still, I him them say bring the 3 beat on the phone there, but we give thanks and I remember his explanation, him say him end up a create that cause Kete him to play but him couldn't master it, so him end up with the 3 beat on the phone there, So you see him son Daniel come now and deal with the fullness where the musician and him is a chief musician in a Daniel #1 band namesake, same way, And as we know, what Daniel mean, God is his judge, So give thanks to the priest, who is the father of God is his judge, same way, because that's the God in man, So the name spells it all. So give thanks to the Samuel family, And we know how great the priest Samuel was, Samuel, give me thine heart, So give thanks, Give thanks for all members of the Samuel family, and give thanks for the right honorable priest the same way, Yeah, in remembrance of him and give thanks for the honorable sister, Sharon, same way, star. Come see a mistake get made in the memorial card, then put the memorial of the brother and then put the same caption where them should have put sister, So whoever do them memorial thing need to rectify Empress Sharon part card, then put memorial of beloved brothers under her name as well as put it under priest Edley name. So they would have to rectify the Empress one, and put sister instead of brother. Just to bring that to the attention of one is something I saw when the memorial papers were flyers were showing on the screen, So that needs to be rectified. Empress Sharon one needs to be rectified because it's saying the same thing like Priest Edley, memorial of our beloved brother, where earth should be sister. So just clarity. But give thanks for today's reasoning. Give thanks for all progression and no matter how one say, yeah, I know say no retreat, no surrender, and I am the first to always keep expressing that reasoning from the Father as we come down. And not even the greatest battleship of Britain and America shall stop this redemption. So when I want to hear me say it's just a feelings doesn't mean say I want to go do that, So I agree, no retreat, no surrender, but to how the thing look and to how flesh make it look, sometimes things look bleak, but sometimes we lean upon the old saying, sometimes things look like things is not being done, but things is doing silent, So yeah, I still have hope and trust in the development of the Congress going forward, and I being full constitutional and doing the mission of the King forward. Holy Emmanuel, I'm Prily Selassie, yeah, Rastafari. To the
Rastafari.
world, peace and love, the all of the love, my Lord and Empress, Prince and Princess, God and Goddess, blessed.
My Lord. Praise Brown.
Love divine, my Lord and Empress. A humble and
Oh.
a humble and a contrite heart. The Lord, the Most High, will never turn away from. You see, give thanks, for the true testing of the metal to prove your loyalty, you know, and give thanks for true confession of the soul, because that's the only way you can be rebirthed. Because sometimes we tend to put everything on the other, and you know, say we ourselves have to pass through the fire and the water and see the Emmanuel in ourselves and stand firm to a purpose and a cause. Empress Lily, I greatly love the way you really run through that piece of history there, and yet you do it so calmly. You know, may I say you're not rough enough, no feather, but you do it a way that we can look into ourselves and look in our operations and even know to direct our future. So this has been a wonderful experience, my Lord and Empress. And for my brethren, we know say no, the judgment of the Lord are true and righteous altogether, and none of them that put them hand upon a saint shall escape this judgment. On my side to it that. So heart I love my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Well said, Honorable Priest Brown, the anciency. Well said, my bridge.
Yes, I endorse that. Any closing remarks? If not, we can close.
I just want to say something quickly. Honorable Priest, Irel taught me something back in the day. Him saying, time you go through a judgment that in yourself you feel is unfounded or, unjust, just take it that you're getting spanked for something that you will do in the future, and that when you do happen to do it in the future, you would already have earned forgiveness because of the circumstances of an unjust judgment earlier on. So, yeah, the man say him judgment is true and righteous altogether. Great sound, Honorable Priest Brown. Blessed.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. Look like we could come down. Honorable Priest Earl, you can do the honors, my Lord. Priest Earl.
Yes, Royal family.
Yes, man.
Give thanks, my Lord. You can bring down with a closing prayer.
All right, my Lord, Yes, and I know what the gathering is for. Yes, as I ask your virtual reference, universally, internationally, my Lord and Empress. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and our sisters, to dwell together in unity and in love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard, even here on beard that went down upon the skirt of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that ascended upon the mountain of Zion. For here Rastafari command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, I, Jehovah God, Rastafari. O Almighty God, the Rastafari, great and terrible God, the Rastafari is the Almighty. Jah who seated in Zion and reigned the heart of all flesh. How thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, the Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. How thou most high God, Jah Rastafari, King Emmanuel the seven, Adonai, God, Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Together we walk, together we talk, together we wash one another's feet. Some people say we have no need, but we are doing Rastafari commandment. Laws and commandments from I and I ever living King, King Emmanuel the seven,
Seven,
Adonai, God,
Adonai
Jah
God.
Uh,
Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel, I,
uh,
Glacier.
Jah.
Rastafari.
Yes, royal family, Go and go keep it sweet, Black and beautiful.
My Lord. Give thanks for a blessed reason, my Lord, and fellowship.
Yes, royal family, do give thanks for the moments, my Lord and Empress. On to the next turn, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Yes, yes, please. Thanks.